Hello, good afternoon to everybody on the east and central coasts of the so-called United States, and hello to everybody else in all the other time zones. Welcome to another video version of one of my Substack pieces where I read the piece out loud to you live on YouTube with the chat participating and contributing a ton to the conversation. And I describe all of the links in the piece and all of the visuals and some of the broader context behind the piece for accessibility purposes and because gabbing about these things is fun. Hello, how's everybody doing? It's a gray day here in Chicago, but we move. We keep it going. Hello, DJ on Dion. Hello, Seb. Hi, Extonac. Yay, hi. Good to see ya. Welcome. Hello, Male Valence. Good to see everybody. Hello, transsexual France Fanon. I fucking love that name every time. My goodness gracious me. We are officially out of the Twitch ban. So let me know if you want me to stop streaming on here and move back to Twitch. I have some games I want to play. I got some recommendations for some games, so I'm thinking about what's next on the horizon. So we're thinking. I like YouTube, but if more people will watch watch it if it's on Twitch, if that's easier for people, then that is what I will do. Almost done with my response to this piece. So pumped. Yes. Oh my God. That's amazing. I'm excited. I'm excited to read it. I have sat out the discourse, everybody. Give me a pat on the back for that. I'm not name searching. I'm not reading the posts. That shit is not about me. It is very clearly people having big feelings about somebody else's personal life and choosing not to take things in context. So I hope everybody's enjoying the discourse who's participating, and I'm enjoying not. Hello, but I'm very excited to read your response. That should be good. Meow Meow Island. Hi. This is the first time I've been able to make it to one of these. Welcome. I hope you have a fun time. These are a fun little interlude in the middle of the week, in the middle of the day. I really love them and get a lot out of them. Everybody that contributes to these chats is super dope. I love it. It's like teaching, but not as hierarchical and not for money or grades, and we get to talk about whatever we want, which is so fun. Like this is like what teaching would be, yeah, if it were up to me. Male Valence said, coming out of a depression virus executive function slump. Probably still depressed, though. Yeah, it can be hard to tell the difference when all those things are interwoven. Hard to even know what getting back to baseline is, like what your current baseline is. Taka Does Stuff says, ooh, I saw one of those game recommendations and would love to watch it. The Coffin of Andy and Lele. That game, from what I was hearing, has like incest vibes, like necrophilia vibes. Maybe I'm overstating it a little bit because I'm saying what I want to see, but it sounded like it has some fucked up thematic content, which means I'm very excited, especially if it is still like streamable, but it has those kind of truly mature themes. We're not just talking about sex. We're talking about emotionally mature themes. Can you sit with shit that is taboo or people playing pretend in a sexy way about dark things? Yeah, that's on my list. I kind of really want to try the Vampire Therapist game because I'm so obsessed with Interview with the Vampire right now. So we might do that. I don't know whether it's good or not, but it seems like something that I could just intuitively respond to in various ways. And since I've been thinking about immortal vampires a lot lately. TS Friends Fanon says, yeah, people saw you happy and said, this is about me, actually. I have had that experience on Tumblr since the very beginning, since I started talking about anything. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Mariella. Thanks for being here. People have been taking it personally when I said I'm gonna identify as gay instead of bi, and then back again for some reason they thought that that was some kind of declaration about which identity value has more value, or like is more politically righteous, as if that's the reason to understand your identity is like through whatever is the most politically righteous sounding. I just don't think we can be as ideological as all that with it. Taka Does Stuff says, those are the themes, yes. I believe it's not pornographic, but I've never actually seen gameplay. Okay. Okay. Period. I'm excited to look at it. Maybe I'll check to make sure there might be like a stream friendly version where you can like hide all the nards and stuff. I know some games have that, that aren't as NSFW, but yeah, I'm looking forward to doing more streaming. I wish I had time this week, it being a holiday week that I literally personally do not celebrate. I stopped celebrating Thanksgiving once the pandemic kind of gave me an excuse not to go home to Ohio, and I never liked the holiday. I don't really think there's anything like that I want to try and salvage about it. I like not doing anything for it. That feels good to me. There are different communities who have different relationships to Thanksgiving that I can respect, but like I never really felt great doing any of it, so it's been really nice to not do it. Meow Meow Island says coffin of Andy and Lele isn't pornographic at all, just suggestive. Uh, as far as I know, the siblings unfortunately don't even ever have sex. Could be wrong though. Thank you for tagging that with an unfortunately. That here we want to see the siblings having sex. So thank you for knowing exactly what we're about here. That sounds perfect for streaming though. I'm looking forward to my first non-family setting holiday this year. Yeah, you don't, barring being financially dependent on someone, you don't have to do shit that you don't want to do just because it's what everybody's doing. And I don't know about y'all, but I just do not get FOMO when it comes to like these like these jingoistic like American or Christian or both holidays. Like if I'm not doing anything on Christmas, I don't think there's something wrong or lacking in me, and I don't feel like unloved. Like I could engineer making something happen easily. I just don't want to. I don't really want to. I don't want the travel. I don't want all the things. Like like a lot of like American cultural Christians, let's say, we try to take the good from the thing and pretend that it's not the thing anymore. Like we'll say we're completely secular and then we'll celebrate Christmas, for example, but that's still cultural Christianity, which, okay, yeah, fine, practice your culture. But like, if I don't see much for me that's like redeemable in that culture and I don't enjoy it, and I also don't believe on like all the basis on what it's like predicated on, I could just not do it, you know? Of course, I'm not completely out of it. Like I still buy a few people gifts because they do, or I go to my good friend Mel's Christmas party because that's important to her. It's not like I'm like swearing off all holiday things, but it just doesn't. It's just whatever. Like when I really ask myself, do I believe in any of this? Do I care about any of this? The answer is no. Um, and it's very freeing to just be like, well, I have plenty of things that are holidays for me. You know what I mean? Like Fur Fest. So that's it. Hello, Closet Demon. Meow Meow Island says, incest warrior. Yes. Yes, incest warriors rise up together with their sibling or step sibling. We love it. Incest isn't even like my primary kink by any means. It's really not actually a kink of mine. Like a lot of, I think I just saw a lot of like really bad like step sibling porn from a young age that was just not hot, and they weren't even actually siblings, so it didn't even feel that taboo. The scenario in incest, in like very like vanilla straight person incest porn that you find on like Pornhub, is always like a stepbrother and a stepsister, and they're both 18 but living at home, and their parents just got married, so they barely know each other, and they have just like a slightly aloof bullying relationship, and then usually because I'm watching hypno porn. Then the stepbrother hypnotizes the stepsister, and it's very unbelievable, very stagey, fake porn hypno. And then she like blows him, and by then she's already not pretending to be hypnotized anymore. This is an aside, but that's a thing that I just really hate about hypnosis porn that's not for the real heads, the like role played hypnosis porn. They'll do like some kind of mind control device or phone app to help explain why these two people are doing this taboo thing, like why these two siblings are fucking, step siblings are fucking. But then the second they're done with the like, ooh, glassy eye, ooh, now you're gonna do whatever I tell you, then they go back to regular porn acting, and it cheeses me so much. So that's my beef. That seeing there's a lot of porn exactly like what I just described, like incest porn with some kind of hypnotic device to explain why the stepsister is fucking the stepbrother. Usually that's the situation. And it's so bad as hypnoporn, and it's not really sexy or taboo or transgressive as incest. I just thought, incest porn isn't really for me until I started getting better acquainted with my good friends, the age regressors and the age players, who are more interested in a more twisted, sometimes, incest dynamic. Or I've seen some like mommy kid stuff that's really, it's emotional. I like my incest porn where there is a very strong power dynamic of like a parent like teaching a kid how their body works, and like your body betraying you because you don't even know what you're feeling and why you're feeling it, like that kind of thing. Feels very like intense and taboo versus that mainstream shit. So I'm an incest warrior too, but I'm a warrior for only the primo fucked up shit. You know what I mean? That was a long rant, but thank you for listening to my rant about preferences in incest porn. Uh, Miss Quixotic said, "I kind of take any excuse to cook a big meal for my people, so I am into Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, maybe a little cultural Christian of me. I don't think we need to like. I don't mean to assign moral value to any of these things. I don't think that participating versus not participating in Thanksgiving is any kind of political act per se. Like nobody's being helped by me not celebrating Thanksgiving. That's just something that for me, especially for my own like complex walk in my family history and the things that I just don't have contact with, like in terms of like indigeneity and stuff, like it just feels nice for me to just kind of do nothing, rather than to like go to some majority white person friendsgiving a lot of the time, like a lot of those that I get like invited to, or like going home. I definitely don't want to go home, so to Ohio, where things feel bad. And I'm also just not very food motivated as a person. I don't really like Thanksgiving food other than like a yam or a pecan pie. So for me, it's kind of nothing lost, But that doesn't mean I'm better than anyone in that regard. You know what I mean? Like that's just my relationship to it. Hello, Edge Peasant. Hello, Sasha. How's it going? Glad to see ya. I do a little bit of Christmas because family. I think I'm gonna try to not actually go on Christmas proper this year because the travel is gonna be even more insane than usual with the FAA and everything happening. Taco Dust Stuff says, my feelings exactly. I've submitted to expectations of celebrating Christmas over and over and never actually gotten anything out of it for myself. Yeah, there used to be certain rituals to it that we would do as a family that I felt more sentimental about, but people have grown up, people have moved, families have reconfigured. I'm a different person, and we don't really do those things anymore that I liked the most about it. And there was a lot of stuff that was considered obligatory when I was visiting home for Christmas and Thanksgiving that I never wanted to do. It was all about staying over at grandparents' house for a long time with relatives that I had less and less in common with, and who are very conservative, and being really angry. And I don't have to actually do any of that. And now a lot of people in my family don't even come together like that anyway, which is, great. But the The loop has been broken. There's nothing to keep alive unless I want to. And that's the relationships. And I have other ways of like keeping my family relationships going that I want to. That's me. Closet demon or parental figure. Shout out to parent Cess, my beloved. Yes. You already got me. You already preempted what I was going to say. Parent cest. Very hot. Way more than the sibling thing to me. I feel like the sibling incest kink is very for like switches. It's very switch for switch coded to me. Whereas I like the nurturing debasement situation. Taka Does Stuff says a Dom wanted me to beg recently, and I realized that doesn't work for me because in my subspace, the premise is that I have no idea what sex is or what's happening. Yes. Yes. Oh my God. I'm really bad at begging because my whole like sub role is like, this isn't for everybody. It's fine if this is boring to you, but this is my journey. I really like, you can like they're doing whatever with me. They're using me. I'm a object. I'm a fuck toy, that kind of thing. And so me begging for it is difficult, or being asked what I want during sex, right? Like you do have to be able to communicate what you're into and not into. That is important. You have to give a person pointers of here are some of the things that I like. Here's some things I don't like. You have to be able to safe word. You have to be able to bring yourself out of things. As a person doing kinky stuff, you have to be able to communicate. But speaking purely for myself in role, I don't like being asked what I want to do. Like that really brings me out of it, because the whole thing that I want is for my pleasure to not be centered generally, and for another person to kind of control the action. That doesn't mean I can't give input. I can even choose between two options. But if you're saying like, if somebody's like, what position do you want to be in? Or like, what do you want? Do you want this? That can be really tough for me, unless it's with a few narrow ranges, like, because I do want it and I do want the person, so I can convey how much I want it. But begging is tough, because begging to me feels like asserting control, like I'm trying to make the person do something, and I don't want to make the person do something. That is like what I am there to escape, is that feeling of, I'm making people do things they don't want to do. Like what I find comforting and reassuring in kink and in submission is this person actually really wants to be here. They actually really want me here. They actually don't want me to leave, and that's why I'm tied up or held down or not moving or whatever. Like, and I for once don't have to doubt whether I'm missing some cue, and or asking too much, or making them do something that they don't want to do. So begging is tough for me because it feels like I'm trying to make them do something. But I know a lot of people like begging, and a lot of doms really want to feel desired, and that is also well within their right. So I read a really good Tumblr post recently about how to beg well. I have it queued up right now, but it was like anatomy of good begging. And the first step was just really long, intense, effusive asking what you want, please come in me, please deposit your huge load in me. I'm begging you. You can describe what you're doing. Please, please, please. I want it so bad. Second part is why. What are they going to get out of it? So that can be, I promise I'll be good. I'll, eat your ass for an hour after this. Or you could say, it's going to feel so good for you to just let go in me. Like you're going to mark me, like it can be either a promise that you're going to be well behaved, or a promise of future action, or just a description of how good the thing that you're begging them to do is going to feel for them. Something like that. And that, which was always missing from my begging. I didn't think of what was in it for the other person, framing it that way, which is much easier for me because I do kind of want to feel like I'm delivering something positive to the other person. I don't want to feel like I'm only getting positives. And then the final part of the begging is just reiterating the beg. If your first opener to the begging was like really long, then you want it to be short. So just like, please do it, please, 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 something like that. If your initial part of the begging was relatively shorter, if you just said like, please come in me, then your last bit can be more effusive and just be like, I'm begging you, I'll worship you, like you're whatever. But you're just reiterating what you're asking. So what you're asking for, why they should do it, and that can be framed in terms of a benefit to them, and then reiterating what you want them to do. Um, it it's good. It's hot. It makes me want to try out begging more because it's not been my strong suit. But but uh it's a Tumblr post. I can post it if people want to see it sooner, but because it's in my queue, which is like 300 things long, behind like a million sheave times. So So that's how to beg. That we can potentially explore someday in our lives if we so choose. But if you don't like begging, that's also fine. Uh, Takada stuff says the best stuff is when you can actually find a siblingy vibe in the dialogue. Yeah, if they're actually fighting a little bit. But again, I've just seen so much shitty, like straight person vanilla incest porn, sibling porn, bad acting. Like the acting immediately ceases the second the sex starts. Boring. Edge Peasant says, just told my family I am not joining them for Thanksgiving with no further context. I'm not risking COVID for those guys. That's another very good reason. Like let's choose our risks intentionally here and what risks are actually fun for us and enriching versus, you know, eating food I don't particularly like with people who mostly have views I find reprehensible. I don't need to do that ever. Most of my extended family I have not seen in many years, and it's not like I, want them to like die and choke or anything like that. I just don't think about them anymore, and that's fine. Like I used to be angry with them when I would go to Thanksgiving, and now I don't. I don't have to be. I don't have to think about them. I could never change their opinions. They never respected me. They never understood what I was on. What I was trying to do. I don't have to do that shit. There's so much shit you don't have to do. Like in this life, we are so forced to do so many things because of work and fascist governments and systemic constraints on our options. But so at least have some fucking freedom in how you're going to spend your holidays, your days off, your free time, and your family. If you're not, again, financially dependent on someone or relying on someone for care, medical care, and stuck living with them and you can't say no. But if you have the ability to say no, you gotta exercise it. It gives you so much more peace. Makes you so much less neurotic. XL says, so glad to catch you live for the first time. I've loved your 2 books about autism. They changed my life and are changing the life of people I care about so thank you. Oh, thank you, XL. Welcome. We're talking about some slightly different stuff today, but it's of course all ultimately related to unmasking, including, and we can talk about this further as we get into the piece, my no longer trying to be a man is a big unmasking strategy for me. Like I was masking a lot. MASC and MASK masking a lot when I was worried about being a man, embodying manhood, passing. Oh my god, passing, but also how my traits would be read as a man. That also gave me a lot of pressure to mask. Like we talk about masked autism as a phenomenon of gender minorities and other marginalized groups, but for me, because I have such a fear around seeming creepy or invasive, inappropriate, um, scary, things like that, becoming more of a dude meant that I was masking a lot so that I would never seem that way to people. And that was not great. So yeah, masking is certainly relevant to all these talks about sexuality and autism and stuff. Kat has question says, I was trying to form an intelligent joke about I'm only familiar with the sort of academic Dr. Price. Not that the books are absent of any mention of kink, but I was not prepared. The blush is real. Is this like unmasking sexuality? I think it's been a big part of my my writing in the last few years. It's one of the things that really still gives me a lot of pleasure to write about, and that interests me is sex and kink. A big part of my unmasking has been becoming more queer and sexual and embodied and less professional too. I have succeeded at the academia thing well enough, done better than most people in the sense that I finished the PhD and I got a job, and I hated it. I've succeeded at the mainstream publishing thing relative to most people. I wrote multiple books. One of them did really well. Some of them did okay. Um, those things felt really hollow to me. I'm really happy for the people whose lives have been positively touched by the books, but the actual work of selling a book and selling myself and doing interviews for NPR and shit like that in a world where outlets like NPR are completely just complicit in genocide. Um, those were the things that I thought would be benchmarks of success all my life. Like I was a kid who listened to NPR and dreamed of giving interviews on there. And then I had that dream come true and I had no faith in it by the time it happened. It didn't feel good to be succeeding in that realm by the time I did. And so for me, the last few years, a big part of my unmasking has been, listen, I'm not that professional identity that sold so many books and got me this job, and I can't keep doing those things anymore. And the real me is uh, a lot more wild, and a lot more unprofessional, weak, needy, perverted, you know, detached from the societal dogma, whatever. So we talk about sex and kink a lot on here, including very taboo things. And I do think that is part of the project of unmasking is questioning societal rules, not feeling guilty for having thoughts and feelings and fantasies, and enacting those fantasies with other people who are into it, and being a lot more weird with it. Rowan Inu 6948 says, when I'm with a Dom, I always crave feeling like an animal that can only communicate with body language and noises rather than direct words. I I I resonate with that. Like I'm a very verbal person in my daily life. Um, that's part of how I think it is actually a masking strategy too. Like I am hyperlexic, but I also talk a lot because it allows me to explain and preempt and kind of control what's happening and protect myself. And to let go in sexuality, it is really nice to not have to put on that performance. And to not have to think about my words, because any word that I say verbally, I'm thinking very carefully about all the time, like a writer, and like a hardcore masker, hyper analytical person. So like, I like hearing dirty talk from other people if it's very authentic to them and helps them stay focused, feels good to them, turns me on, whatever. Like, there's a lot of good things about it. But for me, being asked to talk very much is not necessarily like I feel more like an animal, feel more intuitive. Like I want to be in a more intuitive, submissive space. And so that usually means nonverbal or close to nonverbal. I can repeat things if I'm being asked to like repeat a mantra or a phrase or something like, I'm yours, that stuff is fun. If it's in like a hypnotic context where I'm in a trance and they're asking me to like report what I'm feeling or seeing or share a memory or a fantasy, that's great. That is a little bit different, because if I'm in a trance, I'm in theory in an uninhibited state and I'm not manicuring my words as carefully, and I don't have to pick words that are going to be sexy or like correct. If that's the scenario, if it's a hypnotic scenario, they probably want to just see what's authentically going on inside of my head. So I can speak then. But if it's just like most other like DS sexual play, I tend to want to be nonverbal too. And there are people who that really is their preference. I know someone who's a dom who told me that they really like nonverbal subs because then it's very clear when roles are being broken and people are trying to step out of role. So if you're having a regular CNC scene and the person's saying, no, stop, you're horrible, I hate you, this is terrible, they're play acting, right? They're saying that stuff in role. But so then it can be a little jarring and confusing if they then switch into, oh no, I actually need a safe word like yellow, this is bad, my arm, my leg hurts, I'm cramping or whatever. And that's why safe words exist, right? So that you can say anything that you want in the confines of the role play, and then the safe word marks that you're stepping out of the role play. But it can still feel weird or be confusing from the Dom side of things to be having somebody squirming and crying and protesting and saying that you're horrible, and then they do have an actual complaint. Like, you have to pay a lot of attention to what they're saying and how they say it. You still have an element of doubt. Even if you're like, this is a CNC scene, the person fights back, this person's a brat, I know they're going to say negative things sometimes, and that's part of the fun and the play. Even if that's the case, you have to kind of track what they're saying versus and mentally correct for, this is fantasy, this is okay, this is real, I need to listen to this. Whereas if you're doing, let's say, puppy play with a very nonverbal sub, then you don't necessarily have to do that as much. Like, if they are still just whimpering and whining and barking, then you know you're good, you're still in the role. You don't need to check in necessarily unless something seems amiss or they say something. And the second they say something, you know, okay, they are kind of stepping out of role somewhat, and I will follow suit accordingly. So, I don't know. I used to feel like I was a boring sub because I am very like obedient and not bratty and nonverbal and catatonic sometimes, depending, which is not everybody's speed, but some people it really is their speed. So let's all accept our forms of submission and dominance on this day, and let's celebrate that. Uh, Edge Peasant says, re-begging and submission. I'm trying to escape the feeling of needing to beg for someone to want me. Oh, okay. So you feel like you have to beg or the person wouldn't want you. If that's emotionally compelling to you, great. Um, but I like, that could be humiliating or degrading. But I think that could also be, if you don't like humiliation and degradation, it could also be an element of some insecurity or something. Depends on if it turns you on even while it does feel bad, because sometimes we do things that feel a little bad or scratch something that feels bad, but it also feels good. You know what I mean? Closet Demon says, I just had some fucked up dreams this morning, and OCD was really beating me up about it, but tuning in immediately to this stuff makes me feel more normal again. Yay! Yay! I love that. There is, one, nothing wrong with you. Two, nothing wrong with you. Like, if only you could see what goes through my head every morning when I'm jerking it. Like, we think fucked up stuff over here. We play with some fucked up stuff, and you're good. Welcome back, Male Valence. Hopefully things are going good with your sister and her crush. Taka Does Stuff says, I saw the begging structure post too. The what's in it for the Dom part was huge for me, especially the lines of, I promise I won't tell anyone. Ooh, yes. That's very good for incest play. I promise I won't tell anyone. I was thinking about how to incorporate it, and for me, I think a lot of it would be like, it'll feel so good if you do this. Like, um, it'll be such a relief. Things like that. I'm thinking of the begging someone to come at me thing for reasons. So a lot of it is like, oh, it'll feel so good, just let it go. Ooh, maybe you'll breed me, like da da da. You'll be marking your territory, that kind of thing. So you can promise something in return, like, I'll be good. I'll be so good to you. I'll be your good little pet. I'll obey you forever. I'll love you forever. I'll be so thankful. I'll worship you. I'll do this specific thing that you like. I won't tell anyone. I'll be so grateful. I'll come so hard. Like, depends on your dynamic and what the person like gets going. But for me, I like to kind of put it back on the Dom, I think, because that just lines up with how I think about this stuff and what gets me going in it too. So like, I'll be so good. It'll feel so good if you do this, etc. I'll get so wet, and that'll feel good for you, etc. Dixie Furball, cute name, says the only begging I can really get behind is the CNC. Please stop. Please don't. Yes. Please stop. Please don't. I see. This is another thing where my like good, too good sub thing struggles is like I'm not really into CNC where you fight back. I like a CNC where the submissive can't comprehend what's happening or physically is like either overpowered or mentally overpowered where they just cannot stop what's happening, or they don't know. I like the CNC where it's like, this is bad, this is wrong, we shouldn't be doing this. But actually saying, stop, don't do this, I'm fighting you off, less appealing to me. And not a role I can usually embody. Even if I'm doing something like reenacting an actual experience, which I'm kind of into. Like I've talked about this before, sexual assault experiences that also had an element of they were exciting and sexually pleasurable, even though they were fucked up and traumatic too. Even in those moments, it's not like I was actually fighting back. Like most of the time when you do get sexually assaulted in real life, you're not fighting back. So like the CNC fantasy of like, I'm fighting you off, I'm saying, please stop, please don't do it. That just doesn't feel like actual CNC to me. You know, like the real CNC is like this pit, or just NC is just this pit in your stomach, and something's happening and you're going along with it and you're not sure why you're going along with it and you're confused and how you feel is confusing. And that, again, the body betraying you is really hot to me. Phoenix Rise says a social effect of transitioning is how my relationship with women have changed, and since becoming transmasculine. Women act and have changed around my masculinity and my masculine energy. I kind of miss how it was before when women would come closer to me and build a stronger friendship. I actually think being a masculine person is oppressive and repressive too. Mostly because if you show or act with any femininity, it won't be seen as masculine anymore and it's harder to pass. Yeah, I relate a lot to what you've said, Phoenix, in response to the pre-stream discussion, which we'll loop back to DJ on Dion's response on that in a second too. Before I transitioned the first time, I didn't like it when women extended me gestures of belonging, because I wasn't a woman. I didn't feel like a woman. I didn't feel at home with a lot of what was projected onto me if somebody thought I was just one of the girls, you know? So when people would say, hey, ladies, or I'm doing a girls' night, or they would invite me to some women and femmes shit, I felt very dysphoric at that, and I didn't want to be included because I didn't see myself as certainly not as a cis woman, not at all aligned with womanhood. I always had feminine qualities, but it was more inhuman and fairy-like and those things than womanhood as it was defined in my culture and time. And so I thought I disavowed that stuff and separated myself from that stuff for a long time, and went into masculinity thinking that I really wanted acceptance among gay men. I thought effeminate men who are feminine, that is where I belong. Those are the people that I want to have see me and recognize me as one of them and extend to me that kind of belonging and camaraderie. And I went for it, and I put myself in all these gay spaces. I changed my appearance. I participated really heavily in like gay male life. I learned all of the culture. I changed everything about my style and presentation. And I did start getting accepted as a man in the sense that I passed completely. Like completely passed. Like people were surprised I didn't have a dick. I'll get into this in a post. Like I passed as a cis gay in most spaces most of the time. And I didn't like it. It didn't come with that feeling of like this like gay sisterhood that I thought I would have, like this gay male sisterhood thing that I fantasized about. What I found for me was that, with some exceptions, gay men really don't do that. Like they're still men and they still have a lot of the same barriers to forming close relationships. They don't put that work into forming close relationships and showing care and affection with each other the way that women do, predominantly women, and that a lot was missing there, that there was a lot of kind of cruelty and rejection, even when you are accepted as a gay man, that in fact, they start treating you worse once you start passing. Like, I had that experience of being the, like, girl at the gay bar, or the girl with all the gay male friends, and being treated as if we had something in common. That sisterhood of, like, gay guy to girl friendship. Girl friendship. And I thought I'd had a taste of that. And I thought that if I became a gay man myself, it would only deepen and I'd really belong. I wouldn't stand out as, like, the girl in the gay bar or in the gay friend group or whatever. And instead, what I found happened was they are nicer to you when you're a woman, when they think you're a woman, when they see you as a woman. Gay men are, and gay spaces, people are more likely to talk to you and be complimentary and warm to you. But once you're a man, then you're competition, and you are being evaluated based on your masculinity, your attractiveness, your stylishness, whether you are the new hot meat on the market, or if you are someone that a bunch of people have, whatever, their own projections that they're putting onto, and they're not interested in you. There's all this jockeying for social position. Who do you know? Who are you friends with? Have you won any fucking leather or latex pageants? Are you super shredded and hot? Do you have, like, a really high performing OnlyFans? All this really superficial shit. And they were actually meaner to you once they see you as a man who's in that field of competition. And they treat you more disposably, and there's none of that warmth. And so I eventually came to realize, and it was actually thanks to being, in part, dating and being around other non-binary people, including like trans femme people, being sexual with trans femme people and non-binary people, and some cis women too, and then being in spaces like the Sluts Party, which is an event here in Chicago that is a bisexual focused, like, party and cruising event. I was at a Sluts Party event where there were tons of women, tons of trans women, tons of cis women, bisexual women, the whole spectrum. And there were all other groups there too. But I was really queening out with, like, lots of women who were being flirtatious and sexual, but also respectful, but also really putting it out there and nice, and that warmth. And I felt comfortable dancing in my kind of fruity, actual, authentic way. I felt comfortable being, like, giving and receiving praise, and flirting and touching and taking pictures with people and making out with people, and expressing those sides of myself in that space than I did in spaces where it was all trans people, but I was being seen as a trans man, and so I had to be a man. Or it was all gay male spaces, and I was being seen as a gay male, and so I had to be a gay male. And all of the repression that came with those things for me. And there are gay men and trans fags who are above all of that, and they are able to just be effortlessly, fruitily themselves and say that's what their manhood is, and fuck anyone who doesn't think that. But for me, when I ask myself, what is my manhood? What is it? The things that I ever liked about it only were effeminacy, depravity, softness, standing out, being fagotized, being feminine, and succeeding at manhood did not feel good. And so for me, when I drilled down into it, there was nothing left. Like, there was no manhood there worth having, and acceptance in these male spaces didn't feel like anything to me. And I wanted to queen out with the girls, and I just relate so much to so many, like, feminine experiences too. It's just not from a cis woman's perspective. And thankfully, I'll never be that anymore, right? Like, I'll never be a cis woman again. I never was. I'll never have to be, and I'll never will be. And so now I can approach femininity and even feminizing myself, transitioning into a more feminine position or detransitioning. And it's still safe and secure and me. And it just feels nicer. And that doesn't mean that's anybody else's walk or journey. It doesn't have to be. It's my life. It's not yours. This is Artistic Bum said, "Hi, gay." Bald and Beautiful reference. Hi, gay. Welcome to my show where we talk about my transition, not yours. We're going to talk about everybody's transition, but, this is my life. Closet Demon says, "Funny, when I first figured out my plurality, one of the first fragments I parsed, we called masc/mask. Now that he's his own person, it's chill, but it was very hard feeling like that was all I could be." Yeah. Yeah. It's so repressive. And sometimes it helps to have that protector side. Like I vibe with plurality in a lot of ways, and the masculine professional me protected me. It got me here. It got me a job. It got me a way to get my voice out into the world. It got me out of a straight lifestyle. It was what I needed maybe at the time to protect me and carry me forward. And he had to fight so hard, and he doesn't have to anymore. And so I'm thankful for that. Meow Meow Island says, "Detransition has also been part of my unmasking journey. Being a woman felt so difficult and performative, like playing a fucked up game all the time. At a point, it felt just as coercive as my assigned gender at birth." Ugh, yeah. Thank you for sharing that, Meow Meow Island. I think especially like trans femme transition experiences are not spoken about enough. And that is because TERFs have co-opted all talk about detransition of any kind. And they want to advance this idea of like the poor, confused woman who was snatched by the transgender cult and became a man, and it was horrible and it ruined her fertility, and she regrets it. That is a sympathetic story that they can tell for the people that they try to recruit and radicalize and use as like fear mongers. And they don't have as much of a rhetorical use for people who were trans femme and detransitioned, because they are so wildly, violently transmisogynistic that regardless of where you land, they're going to hate you for having done anything gender transgressive in a trans feminine direction or back from it. Like they're not going to try and humanize and see trans women or former trans women as allies or foot soldiers for their cause, because they want to just eradicate them. And it sucks, because it means then that because they've tried so much to own the conversation on detransition and make it something that nobody else ever talks about, which is wrong for us to cede to them, by the way. We should not be letting them own that issue. But because they have taken such strong hold over the issue in people's minds and how it gets talked about and who talks about it, like trans feminine detransition just almost never gets spoken about. In the same way that trans femme experiences get sidelined in the trans community. So I'm really glad to hear from you. Really, I would really love to just know and talk to more trans femme detransitioners, because I think we all have a lot in common with each other, and we also learn from the differences so much. And I think trying to live up to a gender category, a pre-existing gender category, for me, and for I think a lot of non-binary people, it's always going to feel repressive. If you're someone who woman or man is close enough that you are getting more positive out of it than negative, then that's great. That doesn't necessarily mean you're a binary trans person. That doesn't mean you have it easier than the rest of us. It just means that part of your transition is a little bit potentially more socially legible. There's existing frameworks for what it even means to transition in that way. Not to say they aren't still heavily discouraged, but there's some tools you have, there's some frameworks for talking about it, and there is a target that you can conform to, and you'll be rewarded for conforming to it as much as you can. And lots of people can't, And a lot of people will never pass, and they are forever penalized for that with extreme violence, especially if they're trans femme. And also, if you are of some kind of non-binary identity that doesn't really feel comfortable rounding up to either woman or man, then you don't really know what to do with yourself. Like, you don't know how to get other people on board with who you are. You don't know how to communicate it. You don't know what tools, transition wise, are going to be helpful to you. And you might never actually feel comfortable or resolved in your body or your social role. And lots of trans people never do. For a lot of trans people, it's a forever struggle to figure out, here's what works for me the best, and here's what causes me dysphoria that I can't seem to change. And so I'm going to have to just find some way to manage it. Or things that I need that I can't access in my country or I can't afford. So I'm not going to say one experience is better or worse. They're different experiences of lacking certain frameworks and lacking options. It's a lot. And I think we have to talk about it as trans people, because if we don't, our enemies will talk about it, and they will talk about it in entirely the wrong way. You know, the failure for me to find a comfortable presentation and identity as some kind of non-binary thing, whatever, effeminate being, isn't a failure of transition or a failure of like informed consent and me having free access to hormones. Free meaning easy here in Chicago. It comes from cissexism and transphobia that denies that there's any possibility of being anything other than a man or a woman, and typically the role you were assigned at birth. And so there just aren't frameworks for that. And so that is a form of oppression that non-binary people face. That is a dimension of transphobia. And that's all. And these things can be really coercive. And it's not because trans people are like forcing me to be masculine, right? In my case, or forcing someone to be a gender conforming woman if they're trans femme. It's that society is so profoundly cissexist that the only transitions they will respect is a transition that pushes you into a more cisgender assimilating direction. We are expected to assimilate into cisgender gender norms as much as possible, whether that is making ourselves pass, whether that's taking on certain personality qualities that are aligned with the gender we are identifying as, moving through the world wielding male privilege, or giving, or like having to project like sensitivity and generosity and non-threateningness as a woman. Like, sometimes TERFs and transphobes accuse trans people of reinforcing gender stereotypes, but it is cis sexist society that is making trans people have to think about whether they're aligning with gender stereotypes, and that pushes us to fall in line with gender stereotypes. And it's awful whether you're, the most like woman, 100% woman identified trans person, or the most 100% man identified trans person in the world. You're still being manipulated and coerced by what society says that means. And that sucks. That sucks ass. Kat has questions, says, I know this is a parasocial and odd, but I have really appreciated listening. Even the surprise of falling into an incest conversation. I was born into a precocious language, and it felt like a painful sort of level of awareness. Having come to these conversations is so bizarrely familiar, even approach to language or nuances or levels of accuracy. I was diagnosed and finding these crazy conversations among autists and queers. I don't know entirely my point, but it's crazy to experience familiarity in unfamiliar places, I guess. Nice to speak a shared language. I think I get what you're saying, Kat. That when you are a precocious language user, when you're an autistic kid who is disabled, but you're also seen as a little adult, you get exposed to a lot of adult expectations and information that you might not be prepared for or given help understanding, and it can feel very crazy, and it can feel very violating, and sometimes it is violating, and so it is a little bit like it can also just straight up be incest. If you're not familiar with covert incest, uh, there's a great book on it called Silently Seduced, and that's all about parents making partners out of their kids, and kids who are very emotionally aware or very verbally expressive or precocious, we are more likely to get treated like a parent's best friend, therapist, spouse, and that fucks you up even if there's never any sexual touching wrapped up in that. It can still really affect you. And so I think that is part of why some like parental abuse incest kink is appealing to me, because I experienced that emotional element of being parentified or spouseified as a kid. I don't have any memories of anything physically happening, though there was also just being spoken to about sexually um, inappropriate things and being spoken to about my body and my sexuality from a young age in a way that was really inappropriate. And so that stuff is it's covert incest, right? Like it has effects on your sexual development, on how you relate to other people, how much agency you feel like you have over your body and your relationships. And kink is a really, for me, really, really cathartic place to play with that, where it's like, okay, you mean I was raised to just be a like satisfying little pet who's going to keep you company and listen to all your problems, and you could say literally anything to me, including sexually inappropriate things, and I just exist just for you, you know? Now I can do that, and it's horny, and I'm choosing to do it, and I can choose who to snap into that very reflexive kind of mindset with, who I can give that weird trauma response to and enjoy it and be safe instead of it being this awful thing that was done to me. So that's what I like about incest is emotional incest, psychological abuse, like evoking things that I experienced that were that fucked me up, but also gave me some great jerk off fodder. So there's a lot to say about unmasking, incest, parental boundaries, etc. T.S. France Fanon says, I will literally forget that talking is an option during the act of sex. So I feel the animal thing. Hyperlexic as well, so I'm feeling the bit about feeling like it's masking when you're mirroring verbosity. Yes. Somebody in the Piscord said this once, that they're really verbal, but in their mind they have a constant running monologue, but it's all like a explanation of what they're doing. That whatever they're doing, they're thinking about how they could explain it and justify it to somebody else. They're running a constant inner monologue about how to explain things and how they would word things and phrasing things. And so they are masking, like they are preparing to mask in their brain with how they are thinking literally all the time, how they're going to justify things and explain things and whether they're making their actions look normal enough. And like, damn, like that connected with me so hard, because I also have a constant running inner monologue, but it is looking for problems. It's, how will I explain this thing to this person? How will I justify what I'm doing? If this person has questions about XYZ, what will my answer be? If I have a conversation with a person about XYZ thing, how am I going to talk to them about it? And on and on and on. And so, am I actually that verbal? Do I actually want to be that verbal all the time? Or am I just exhausting myself with constant simulations of social interactions in my head? And if we want to get really cognitive science about it, some would argue that that is the whole reason why consciousness exists, that we developed the framework of language. We evolved language because it helps us organize and relate to each other. And unfortunately, for better or for worse, we have these hyper-verbal, hyper-social brains that are constantly forming words and social connections, and so it just keeps doing that even when you aren't actually trying to coordinate like a hunt with other people in your community, right? Or trying to build a barn together or whatever. And so some of this could all just be like excess computing power that our brains don't know how to stop doing, because we are so wired to actively think about how to talk to people all the fucking time. But it is fucking exhausting. And so it is very, very appealing to me, kink wise, to have a place where I can shut off and not talk and not think about manicuring how I'm going to present. So, yes. Yes, indeed. Valence says, I think this is in reference to talking to your sister about crushes. Right now, I have a crush on someone who lives far away, and there's no way for us to see each other in person. That is so tough. That is so heartbreaking, especially when you factor in. I know you've mentioned before, COVID and travel. It's just not. It's not possible to even get to where one another are. I think border, like country crossing too. I think you mentioned. Male Valence says, "You're right, Devin. Personally, I wouldn't like a bratty sub or struggling for dominance." Yay! I love hearing that. I love hearing from doms who like good, obedient subs. It's like a reassurance that I need. I know maybe it's silly, but like I need reassurance that it's like, oh, you really don't want me to be doing too much. Like I can just chill. Like you like me like this. I'm enough. I don't need to put on a show. I don't need to make it interesting. I still need to hear that all the time because I have that anxious, hyperverbal energy. Got to keep people on their toes. Got to keep moving. And like the ideal is to not to just chill out and surrender a little bit. Edge Peasant says, it's more like I'm already begging in real life, so I don't want to do it in kink. Super turned off by humiliation or degradation in general. I don't know. It's been a million years since I last had sex, so I'm still figuring out where I'm at kink-wise. That makes sense to me. If you haven't had, like, partners who've been good at reciprocating interest, or you haven't been able to just, like, feel like you get the attention that you need without asking a ton for it, then begging would feel not so sexy. Welcome, Orb Online. I'll take a look at your question in a second. I'm just getting caught up with the chat. We're just going through a bit of a backlog. Thank you for using the its pronouns, Taka. Love it. No, nothing was too TMI. Meow Meow Island. That was really great. What you shared, and I would love to hear more. Orb Online says, has worked for me due to autism, gender, and body dysphoria being trans, but now I want IRL connection. Seeking any tips for dating apps and navigating interest from myself and others. I have a few articles about that, so I would direct you to those. I'm streaming and I only have one monitor, so I can't pull up links for you right now, but I'll tell you some things to Google, or you can ask around and maybe somebody else will be kind enough to link if they have the time and the bandwidth. But I have one called Why Does No One Flirt With Me? That's an autistic advice article. I have one called, ooh, what's the other big one that's like that? It's another one that's really about like exercising agency in your flirting. Let me double check my Substack real quick. You'll find some of them under the Sex Liberation tab on my Substack, so drdevinprice.substack.com. I'm sorry, Sex Anarchy. One does not simply find a dom. That's another article. I'll show you right now. I'll share real quick. So here we are on my Substack, and I've clicked on the Sex Anarchy link, which is all my sex and dating articles from the last few years. I would recommend you read, if you're looking into dating, One Does Not Simply Find a Dom. Even if you're not kinky, there are some really relevant tips in here. How to date and hook up in a changing trans masc body. Even if you're not trans masc, even if you're not looking to date gay men, even though that's what this is focused on, there's some useful pointers for using the apps here. The Trans and Autistic Guide to Cruising. That's very relevant. Many of these are. Oh, I don't have the How Do I Flirt? I should have that one on here. Why Does Nobody Flirt With Me? how do I deal with social anxiety, and then how do I flirt. Those are two separate articles. So why does no one flirt with me? How do I deal with social anxiety? That's autistic advice. So it's also under the autistic advice tab. Though I should edit it and add a sex anarchy tab, to be quite honest with you. I'll do that right now. Just in this, go in the settings and add a sex anarchy tag, just so you can find it on that tab too. These ones are especially helpful if you just have been conditioned in society to feel like you are supposed to be a sexual object rather than an agent. So women will generally be primed to think of themselves as this, in this way. Women of all walks of life, and other marginalized groups. Edge Peasant says, yeah, my experience has always been catatonia and dissociation. I like CNC that is more like being seduced, fucked up mythology style. Lita and the Swan. That's very romantic. More Wanderer. For me with CNC, it needs to feel like they want it deep down but can't for whatever reason. That makes sense. I think a lot of people need that to feel reassured that that what they're doing is wanted and that they feel okay. And that is completely fair, because doing a CNC on someone is a really difficult thing. It's really emotionally challenging. Take care of your DOMs, people. Praise them. Tell them that you wanted it. Tell them that they did good. Give them information to help them do it good. Show them love and care as much as you can. Because it's scary and it's tiring and it's a big performance. So in this house, we love our DOMs very actively because they are doing us an amazing service, and they're doing something that even if they fantasize about it, it is often a really triggering thing. Edge Peasant says, I never really went all the way into manhood or masculinity and often felt guilty about not doing so, because it's not like I didn't feel dysphoric about having womanhood forced on me. Yeah. Yeah, it's I felt like I owed transness the full try. That like if there were effects of T that I did not want, that I would in some way be betraying trans people, or I wasn't a good enough trans person, or I wasn't a real trans person. So I needed to be okay with looking like a grown ass man, with getting more muscular and strong, with balding, with having a beard. And a lot of those things are just things that, like, even if I had been like a Twinkie, like cis gay guy, I would have been uncomfortable with those things. Like it's impossible to run a simulation of yourself in a different body and life, because you would very much be a different person, right? But like what I was going for and what I felt aligned with was the type of feminine gay guy who was probably going to transition into a woman at some point. You know what I mean? Like the kinds of gay men I identified with were the ones that were barely men at all. Like some of them identify as men all their lives, but a lot of them don't, because a lot of them, once they hit any kind of moving from twink into a more manly role, they're uncomfortable with it, and they either just really don't feel at home in their bodies, or they fucking transition in some way. And so that, like that kind of tipped me off that, like, okay, some people are really like full in balls deep on this man thing. But that's not me. Transsexual France Fanon says, love hearing the further context on this. It makes everything you said make more sense, but also solidifies what I've been mulling over, the role of race in how passing plays out, especially the sisterhood thing. My experience has been that black gay men do sisterhood and white gay men do not. Yes, thank you so much for saying this. Yes. These things are in race is so central, and it's like that line in Detransition Baby about the about how white trans women this is what Tori Peters has a character say, that like white trans women don't have the background in community that Black trans women had to build through things like ballroom and through things just like living on the street and taking care of one another. And because in general, Black people in America have had to take care of one another because the entire society is turned against them. And so you develop a culture of looking after one another. Not to say it's like perfect or like ennobling to suffer, but like the people who have made it, who are targeted by anti-Blackness, tend to be people who have formed community and know how to take care of one another and have a sense of family and responsibility for others. And that is also just a really common coping strategy to colonization. You are being targeted by this very individualistic white force with violence, and you're being like used and destroyed, and so you band along with other people who are going through that, of your same identity group, and you try to survive it together because there are people who are trying to destroy you and your identities and your way of life and your culture. And so there is more of a holding on to your culture and practicing it and valuing people as members of your family, um, who are also Black. And white people, we don't do that because we have power. We have power. We're the colonizers. And so we have been rewarded and given enough wealth and power and status that we can live on our own without a robust community of support. We don't learn how to take care of one another. We feel like we are owed caretaking, that we are supposed to have servants waiting on us or enslaved people waiting on us because that's what our ancestors took by force. And we are invading upon other people's lands and other people's bodies and cultures and taking of it whatever we want just for ourselves. And so we don't have the skills or the historical framework of forming really tight-knit communities. And there are exceptions to this. It's very classed, right? So my hillbilly family, if you're living in the holler and stuff, like you are more likely to have community ties and take care of your family. If you're a poor white person, you are more likely to have community ties and be taking care of other people and to have a bit of a feeling of camaraderie and culture. If you're from a diasporic group, right? If you are Jewish, if you are an immigrant, a recent immigrant living in a diasporic community of other immigrants, those are some of the examples of white people that do still have cultural ties and a sisterhood, the potential of a sisterhood. That's what I'm going back to here. But if you're just a white gay who lives in fucking North Halstead and you're rich and you have all of this status and privilege, you have never had any reason to extend sisterhood to other people. You probably have no experience with it, really. You've never really leaned on other people like that. You've just taken from people because that is how our society is structured. Whether you want to or not, you've been taking from people. And you are out for yourself. And that is how white people, by and large, especially middle class and higher in income, white people function. And so because we have no history of relying on community, giving back to community, feeling responsible to our communities, we're all out for ourselves. We're not good at forming community, even once we become queer or disabled or something, and we need it really badly. And so white gay men, cis or trans, can do a lot of this very competitive jockeying for position instead of seeing one another as sisters. Yeah. God, that's such a good addition. Thank you so much, T.S. Franz Fanon. Oh, yes. Really, really appreciate what you had to say, and reading you speak to it is going to be so much better than what I can kind of just like noodle around with my knowledge and lived experience of things. But like, yes, amazing. Edge Peasant says, this is good to know. Read gay men's spaces. I always felt intense dysphoria or longing about feeling like I'd always be shut out, even though I feel this kinship with being a feminine man. Our journeys are so similar, Sasha. In that way, I really longed to be among all of these feminine men, and be accepted with them and have them see me as one of them, and worried that I never would. And that's part of why I tried so hard to pass. And once I started passing, I clung to it so hard, um, because I didn't want to lose it. I was so meticulous about muscle development and my haircut and my presentation and clothes and all this stuff, because I had this taste of, oh, I'm being seen as if I'm just another unremarkable person here, which I thought was what I wanted. But then I found out how they treat you when you're kind of an unremarkable person there. And it's better than what a lot of people face. You know, when I move through a gay bar looking like a cis gay man, I don't get harassed the way my trans friends who don't pass get harassed. Um, if I get sexually preyed upon, it's in the way just men do to other men. I'm still very faggot subaltern, right? Like I'm very small and slight and faggy. So there are some ways in which my treatment is still very much feminized, even in that situation. But like, I belong there. People treat me like I belong there. They don't see me as remarkable, and that comes with a lot of disregarding you too, um, because that's just how, especially white gay men, treat each other. And these spaces are racist as fuck. Like they really are. Um, Chicago's a very segregated city. There's a lot I love about Chicago, but its gay bars are extremely segregated. Um, there are wonderful gay bars on the South Side that are not where all the white people go, but the ones where all the white people go are fucking horrible. And so there's a lot of rejecting lots of people, racially fetishizing people, um, racist incidents in certain bars, transphobic shit. And so trying to be included and welcomed in those spaces, it didn't actually feel good. And it also, like, even for me, someone immensely privileged in these spaces, belonging in that is very hollow. It who wants to belong around a bunch of like really superficial transphobic racist people, you know? So Edge Peasant says, at the same time, I do still feel like a woman, just not a straight one. But yeah, I don't know. I think the fairy gender thing is most accurate for me. Yeah, that's always what I keep returning to. These supernatural metaphors feel the most accurate. More Wanderer says, I really prefer to be with a group of mixed gender queer people. Whenever I try to fit into a community of one gender and associate it with my gender, I have an itch to get out. I relate to that. Yes. I was very lucky that my first real trans community was Genderqueer Chicago, a group that was diverse, um, at least in terms of people's genders. There were trans femme people, there were trans masc people, there were non binary people, transitioning medically, non transitioning medically, detransitioned people. That was important for me to meet, was a bunch of detransitioned people who remained non binary and queer. That really helped me. And all kinds of different ways of relating to and thinking about gender. That there were trans masc groups that met at the Center on Halstead, where that Genderqueer Chicago group met, and they were toxic from everything I've heard. And it didn't, at the time especially, didn't feel like home to me because I was not trying to be masculine like that. And they had fucking like cops and like military guys in the group, and like it was just not my place. And I relate to so many trans feminine experiences, so many trans masc ones, so many non-binary and genderqueer ones, and detransitioned ones. So it's really best for me too to be around a little bit of everything. Transsexual France Fanon says, the ballroom scene was my gentle introduction into black gay masculinity, though I was being read as a woman at the time, and that was exactly the environment I needed to become a man, comma, or parentheses, gay. Yes. Such a different way of being, really different relations to femininity too, I feel like. It's so stupid. We've talked about this on the stream before, how twink is a very racialized, it's a very white, thin, young image, and that's like the only form of like gay male femininity that is allowed for, is like white young thin twinkiness. And from everything that I've seen and experienced when you're in more Black queer spaces, people have a much more robust palette of gender expression. Like when people talk about being a butch queen, like that's where that comes from. Like that is a Black queer thing. Like and there's such a color palette, you know, like of ways to talk about variance in gender presentation that seems to be more celebrated in Black queer spaces than in white queer ones. Um, you know, studs. Like there's a whole range, and it seems like, and I don't want to act like everything's rosy and that people don't still have like internalized shit and regressive views, but people do seem to just like let one another live a little bit more and to not need everything to be parceled into these clear boxes. I think that is like a very um, white supremacist colonizer kind of mentality of like, oh, I need to categorize every identity and have really clear boundaries between it. And I think outside of that culture, people tend to be more aware that like, no, like there's so many different ways to be gay. There's so many different ways to be a man, to be masculine or feminine. What do these things even mean? Like let's have fun with it. Kat has a question, says, I just had my first conversation about being trans masc with my mom. It is really odd because I have never have been blatantly masc. Opposite even. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean that is something that I've never loved about trans masc as a word. Um as a descriptor of like categories of people and what privileges they have, I'm fine with people using it, you know? But like it's not inaccurate. Like I did a transmasculine transition. I'm certain, like I'm a Hannibal fan. Like I'm as trans masc as it gets, but I'm not masc. Trans effeminate was the word I was using for years when I was on my non-binary T, and then eventually, uh, for reasons I've already gone into, tried to round myself up to more solidly male. But trans effeminate is still the most accurate all these years later. Maybe says, oh, interesting. I didn't realize they didn't try to co-opt detrans stories from trans femmes. For the most part, no. Third Wave Now is a TERF group whose founder is a man who used to be a trans woman, a transphobic trans femme detransitioner. So people like that exist, but I can barely think of anyone else. Like they are not generally, and that person is only welcomed there because he will completely disavow trans women and feed into the most pernicious transmisogynistic stereotypes of trans women. So, I've studied TERF detrans communities for a very long time. They're a very small community. They're the people responsible for detrans TERF rhetoric. You can count their name on like two hands. And they have been shaping the discourse and meeting and organizing and planning and doing political advocacy for years. And like one of them was trans femme, and the majority of them were deeply transmisogynistic. They wrote lots of things about trans women being sexual predators and all kinds of horrible shit that's not even worth going into. We all are familiar with it, and they wanted to offer this supposedly welcoming space for former trans mascs. They would essentially do conversion therapy on trans mascs to try and make them detransition, or to prey on detransitioning trans men, because they wanted people like that in their ranks, because under their ideology, those people are women, biological females, quote unquote, who are useful to them and pitiable. But by their logic, there is no place for a trans femme detransitioner, because TERFs say that a trans woman was a man all along. They don't actually believe that. They treat trans women with the most vile misogyny imaginable. So they know that they are not dealing with a man. They are using misogynistic language against trans women. But their ideology says that trans women are men, and men are dangerous and evil. And so it's incoherent to their ideology for a trans femme person to detransition and say, I was a woman for a period of time, or I thought I was, or I tried to be, however they want to describe it, but now I'm a man. They actually can't sit with that, because then they would have to listen to that former trans woman describe how she was treated when she was living as a woman, when she was seen as a woman, when she was claiming womanhood for herself. And that stuff they can't allow acknowledging. They can't hear the story of someone who transitioned into femininity, into womanhood, experienced a ton more sexism, and then transitioned back into male, because then they would have to admit that trans women experience sexism. So TERF detransitioners, they are not there for detransitioners. I've said this a million times, and I'll continue to say it as long as people still need to hear it, which they do. Detransition is an experience people have. A majority of detransitioners are trans people in some way, and they need to be embraced by us, because they are certainly not finding a home in the TERFs that are claiming to speak for them, because those TERFs do not speak for them. They are trying to eradicate us, but especially they're trying to eradicate trans femmes. So, yeah. Edge Peasant says, I'm starting to realize I'm always going to be dysphoric in some way. Trying to ride those waves as best I can. I'm worried about that. I am worried that I will eventually feel dysphoric at being too womanly looking. And then I'm going to have to go on T again and just back and forth my whole life. I really hope I don't have to, but that might just be the life. We'll see. Right now I feel really great, so knock on wood, but we'll see. Meow Meow Island says, it took an excessive amount of work getting people who knew me as a woman to even believe me that I wasn't, even other trans people. It's been incredibly frustrating. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's so tough. A lot of trans people, they find the concept of detransition very threatening and dysphoric, because they're projecting how they would feel if they were to detransition. And it's not fair to treat you that way. It's fine for them to have the reactions they have, the feelings that they have, but it's not fair to put that on you. And for me, transition, transness, it all comes down to body autonomy. And so there's no choice a person can make with regard to that is a problem or a threat to my understanding of what transness is. Like, I don't believe transness has to be some true identity that never changes, and that we can prove who's a real one and who isn't. I think that's a losing battle. That is not the argument for transness. The argument for transness is not some people have this identity and it's real for those people and they need to do it. The argument for transness, because then what do you do if somebody does get it wrong? Some of us are going to get it wrong. Some of us are going to change our mind. Some of us don't have a solid identity and we still want to transition. So what then? The argument for transition is anybody can do whatever they want with their body and they can feel however they feel about it. It's the only answer. What are we going to do? Like, gatekeep people getting preventative surgeries, body mods, haircuts? Come on. We have to let people have the dignity of risk, as we say in the disability justice world. It has to be possible for a person to make a mistake or to do something that they want now that they might not want later. Otherwise, they don't have autonomy. And that's it. It's not about who is trans enough. It's not about who's deserving, who's sane enough. It's about dignity of risk and body autonomy. And then you don't have to prove that transition makes somebody feel less dysphoric, makes somebody less suicidal, that a majority of us never change their minds. None of that. We don't have to argue about that with TERFs. We don't have to mince words and prove that the larger proportion of trans people are transitioning in the right ways with the right reasons. That's respectability politics still. Even if a majority of trans people end up undoing their transitions, people still should have the right to transition. Because it's their fucking body. And maybe they wanted it then, and maybe they want something different now. That's fine. Who cares? What about it? You know? People have the right to do what they want with their body. And they have the right to feel however they want about what they did. That's it. And it sucks when we can't even respect that among other trans people. Edge Peasant says, I put off going on hormones for several years because I knew I would have to perform masculinity to a degree I didn't want to. I thought I wouldn't get sucked in by it, but I did. Orb Online says the lack of framework is what I'm grappling with now. Being non-binary and fat and bi, I never saw myself reflected in any framework, so I just never saw a future. Now I'm looking for guides. I wish I had something optimistic to say to you, Orb Online, but I prefer to be realistic and tell and see the world as it is. And I know that for non-binary people, period, it is very hard to get social recognition. The world is literally set up to erase it at every turn. Even if your friends respect you, your government documents won't. Even if your government documents do, your medical documents won't. Even if your doctor's office does, your insurance won't. And then you'll have to go and change something back. Even if you lobby really hard to get all of these things changed, you get pulled over by a cop or you get stopped by TSA, and they won't. Your educational institution won't. Like, it's built in everywhere. And that's for all non-binary people. And it's so much worse for fat non-binary people. So I don't know. For me, definitely finding an embodiment I was comfortable with that looks really trans. Like, what I have right now is like the fucking sweet spot. And so I hope it stays like this. Like, sometimes I get surd, sometimes I get mammed. People, the real ones who know, give me some it's action, object puppy creature action. And I have surgery, I have a lowered voice, I have beard hair, I have thicker eyebrows, I have some masculine facial features, I have some feminine ones, and I'm trans. You know, people aren't quite sure what they're looking at, and that's great. I can be multiple different things, but that's what people are more respectful of that in a thin person and a white person. And even still, that structural stuff is still there. Like, I'm still structurally going to be one or the other, you know, like people don't, like the institutions we're in still don't respect it. So it's hard, you know, there is no guide. And so that makes what we're doing when we do this stuff some of the most transgressive stuff. And so it's worth doing if you have it in you to do it, if you enjoy doing it, you know. But there's nothing you can do personally to correct the fact that the world doesn't respect non-binary people, and it's not a failure in you that you're like not passing or not trying hard enough or not advocating enough. Like, that is going to happen. People are going to not see you a majority of the time. So just knowing that that's not your fault, that that's just this unfortunate thing that you're going to have to live with. I don't know. I think it's better to know that it's like not to know and accept, like, oh, hey, some of this is just, it's just not, it's, I can't do anything about it. That's better than feeling like you screwed up somehow. G Spotter. Great name. Hello. Welcome. Oh, hi. So excited to catch you live on YouTube. Been following your journey and work for the last couple years and been enjoying your video essays a lot recently. Sending greetings from Germany. Hello, G Spotter. We have a few other Germans regularly in the chat and on the Piscord, the Discord server that we use for the chat to stay in touch during non-stream times. So so thanks for being here. Nice to hear from another German watcher. Handshake emoji, me re-adultification and being hyperlexic. Meow Meow Island says about making people accept that you're no longer trans femme. Honestly, I don't think I've really done it. I still often don't correct people. A lot of the time I've just been loud and bitchy about it, and I've gotten the best results that way. Yeah, this is another thing where trans misogyny seems relevant. I am more likely to be believed about my non-binary identity because I'm trans misogyny exempt. And people think of non-binary being a particular way, and that's people like me, people similar to me, people who look like me, and people don't recognize non-binary trans femme identities or non-binary identities in people who are subject to trans misogyny. Like, even within the trans community, even within a lot of trans femme spaces I've been in, people can be so cruel to their vision of like an AMAB non-binary person. Like, people put so much trans misogyny onto the AMAB non-binary person of like, you're not trying enough to pass, you are just an egg who needs to transition, and you need to transition in a very like binary way. you're like people make fun of how people in that positionality look in really transmisogynistic ways, make fun of their, like, if they have any body hair or a beard, people make fun of it. If they have any like balding, people make fun of it. Like there's so much vileness that gets directed at like what is seen as a like trans feminine non-binary identity. It's so fucked up. So I think that's also a factor in people not respecting it if you're a trans femme detransitioner too, because like we are so harsh to women, and we're so harsh especially to trans women, that you're only allowed to transition in a very particular cis-conforming like way. And if you don't do that, or your identity isn't that, people are really fucking vile. They really bring out the trans misogyny hard, or the faggot subalterning. You know, they're like, you are faggot subaltern, and we are gonna really come down with the full force of violence against you for that. DJ On Dion says, Silently Seduced changed my life. It really made my experiences easier to understand. The podcast, The Mental Illness Happy Hour, is hosted by someone who is he's a male comedian guy. But he is a covert incest survivor, and he talks about his experiences with his mom being covertly incestuous with him, and it was really helpful to me. I always resonated a lot with like male survivors of assault for various reasons, and for people who have been assaulted by people who society thinks are innocent, like mothers or women in general, or abuse that just doesn't look like violent abuse. And Silently Seduced and the Mental Illness Happy Hour are great resources for that. While I'm here, DJ On Dion, I want to go back to your response to the opening question. So at the top of the stream, I asked, pre-stream discussion, what's an effect of transition that surprised you when you experienced it? Could be hormonal, social, something else. And DJ On Dion said, if I take a full dose of tea, it feels like my brain is hydroplaning. Thank goodness for microdosing. I'm very curious about that one. Very, very curious what that means, how that feels. All I can think of is like brain shock withdrawal on antidepressants and that kind of thing, but I know that's not what you're describing. Being parentified is a serious fucking thing, says Dixie Furball. It is. It's just, for me, there's just this register that I slip into instinctively. It's not just masking. It's my job is to take care of other people. Otherwise, I'm unsafe. Or really, I'm unsafe all the time because I am failing to pick up everyone's needs and meet them all the time. And I slip into it so reflexively that it's hard to be a person around other people and to be my own person around other people. And so I think, that's a thing that I love about kink, is getting to just use that persona and those instincts for fun instead of abuse. Meow Meow Island says, most of the people in my life who didn't believe me about my detransition or couldn't stop viewing me as a woman are simply not in my life anymore. Yes, transition has a way of alienating the people who needed to be alienated. There are people who stopped talking to me when I transitioned the first time, and some of those people were people who only wanted me around when they were attracted to me as a cis woman, cis conforming woman, whatever. That's what they thought. Or when I was non-binary but I hadn't started hormones, people who still found me attractive on like cis woman terms. And once I stopped being that, just immediately dissipated. There were people who were afraid or uncomfortable with me becoming less of a respectable person, more openly sexual, more kinky, more strange, and they disappeared. And now I'm having this experience of there are people who are not comfortable with what I'm doing because it is challenging for their understanding of their manhood and masculinity, trans masculinity usually, or it's triggering to them, or they need me to be a symbol of something rather than a person. And if that's how somebody saw it, they weren't really in my life in the first place, really. Like, nobody in my actual life has been a dick about this stuff. Nobody. Nobody. Like, and a lot of the people that are close to me they have all kinds of walks of life. They either have detransitioners in their life, they are detransition non-binary people, they're non-transitioning yet, as far as yet, like non-binary trans femmes, there's like trans women, trans men, NBs, cis lesbians. I don't know. Like, the people around me mostly, they live in this stuff. They experience a lot of the same stuff, and so they respect it. They want to be respectful of it, and that means a lot because I was afraid. I was afraid that people were going to think that I was doing something wrong. I was afraid to bring it up for a long time because I thought it would look bad, that it would make me look crazy and demanding and unsure of who I am and, everything that people fearmonger about. But the real ones know. Closet Demon says the difference between how I perceive myself / am perceived, whether or not I shave my underchin, is wild. The intersection of people needing to gender my very androgynous appearance plus fat phobia. It's hard to also be androgynous because I have no idea how I'm being read. Male Valen said, maybe I should grow out my neck beard. Oh my God, you should. You should. That's so fun. I believe you said you haven't been on hormones. That's just bonus gender fuckery. Like, we love a neck beard. Facial hair growth really changes up how people see you and treat you. With a quickness. And it's one way that people are really, really vile, especially to fat non-binary people or fat transitioning people of any direction or walk of life. If you have some stubble on and you're fat, people are really fucking weird to you. I've heard that so consistently. That's when people are the most like objectifying. It's like very ableist too, I feel a lot of the time. But we love a neck beard. We need more neck beards in the world. We love them. Closet Demon says, I am never read as I am. People will always gender you. I can never anticipate which way, and no matter what, it feels awful. Let me grab a link to the Piscord since we're talking about it in the chat, or people were, rather than waiting till the end. The Piscord is a Discord server where people who watch these streams and me and Maddie's streams Time Theft Today hang out. It is, I'm a moderator of it, but I really try not to like control it or read everything. Expire never, generate new link, copy. It is a place where a lot of disabled, mad, trans, pervy, crafty, autistic as fuck people hang out. And they do like crafting groups, book clubs. They just chat about how to advocate for yourself in medical care stuff. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And I'll pin this for now. It is as kind of horizontally organized as we can make it. People talk about what they want to talk about for the most part. I don't like diet talk, and I don't like, if somebody's completely spiraling in a way where it's not helping anything, including themselves, to like continue spiraling, then sometimes we'll be like, hey, are you okay? But like, other than that, it's very, it's a community that's become something on its own, rather than it being like a fandom bullshit, But yeah, Closet Demon, that piece of like not being able to control how you're seen. Before I transitioned, that especially was so frustrating, or like early transition on T. I think now I've just been through all of it so much that I'm like jaded in a positive way. Like, I really don't care. Like, I feel unmisgenderable now. And I don't know if every like non-binary person gets there, but or should like hold themselves to that standard. But I wish everyone who wants it could have that experience of feeling comfortable enough in yourself, having enough recognition from the people who matter, having just like an inner security in things and like being happy with where you're at, that such that it's like I'm just not thinking about how people see me anymore. The least ever. I'm thinking about it the least ever. I thought about it a lot trying to be a man, and I thought about it a lot before I transitioned. So I don't know. Um, it's it's an awful feeling that you don't have control over these things, because you really don't. Like, the world is that people will gender you, just like you said. Sometimes it's possible to come through the other side and be like, I don't care, but I don't think you can really force that. Like, the reason I can say that is because I'm in a place I'm comfortable with for myself now. All right. Grand Chicken Lord, hello, good to see you. One of the big realizations I had is that not absolutely everyone is that content simulating possible social interactions and not being able to stop the same overwhelming degree I do. About that constant inner monologue. Yes. Kat has questions, says script practice and repetition. I have only recently really understood that if you're aware of what people are telling you, you never get a chance to, that young, you never get a chance to develop a personality before input begins. Grand Chicken Lord says, I've joined improv classes recently and I've been really good, and that's been really good for a lot of reasons. But one interesting part of the experience is not being able to pre-plan things, learning to let that go sometimes. Let's talk about that, because I got read for filth in my singing lesson last week. My singing teacher wanted me to do this exercise that was just like a really breathy, like, it's supposed to deliberately sound bad. It's just like low to high, breathy, like, you know, and it sounds horrible, and I hate doing it. I couldn't do it with her watching or listening. I had to mute the computer and go hide in the corner to do it. But what she told me was, you need to get good, you need to get practice at not being in control of what's coming out of your mouth, because she said she can see anytime I produce a note, first I'm checking mentally if it's right before I try it. I will never just try. Like, I'm uncomfortable with making something sound bad or failing. So I'm trying to control everything all the time. And she said I need to learn to let go of control. That control constricts the voice. It's one of the enemies of singing and like every art form, probably. Like dance. Like, anytime I've tried to learn dance, like the choreography, I do it so robotically. Like, oh, I'm nailing this part, this step. I need to do this here. And like, you need to be more fluid than that. You need to give up control, which sucks. I hate it. I hate it, but it's necessary. Hello, Cassie. Love watching you edit your articles live for whatever reason. Autism. I was fixing a tag. I was making the tag organization better. Meow Meow says, my experience with gender recently has been so shaped by the fact that a year ago, an alter of mine whose gender is Shota took over my life for a span of several months and was so dysphoric about looking like a grown woman. That's amazing. Ah, plural people, I love you. Plural people are on some shit that, like, everybody needs to just get on the level of fucking plural people. It's like, nobody talks about gender fluidity anymore. Like, we had like a brief window in queer spaces where people could tolerate non-binary identities and gender fluidity, like a second, and then everybody turned like crazy on like the Jacob Tobias and Alec von Manans of the world. Not to say that those people are above criticism, but the fact that those people have done things that people don't like was taken as an occasion to say that like non-binary or fluid presentations are less radical and less legitimate. And now nobody fucking talks about fluidity. And like, I really feel like I have been different people in different years. That's like the best way for me to explain it. Like, I was living as this man Sona for a while, and now I'm not. You know, I was that person. I was trying to be that person. I was thinking more like that person, and then at some point it was not worth it anymore, and I did not want to be that person anymore. And now I look at some of those photos of myself from really in my most masculine stage of my transition, and I feel really dysphoric looking at those pictures of me. But there was a time when I was making choices to try and look like that, and I must have liked it. Sometimes I did, you know. I was uncomfortable with elements of it and not looking in the mirror, but I was also at times really putting a lot of energy into that and considering it a success. I'm not the same person that I was 5 years ago, and certainly not 5 years before that. They're all different. And so understanding my gender as fluid on a timeline is pretty accurate to me. I don't know if I'm necessarily plural. I go back and forth on whether that's helpful for me to understand myself as being multiple people concurrently, or separating my different parts. It doesn't seem to really help me to try and separate the parts. It just makes it harder for them to express. Um, for me so far. But one thing that I've definitely noticed is that my identity is just fluid. Um, I've been many different people, and that's okay. And big vibe resonance with feeling dysphoric with looking like a grown person. Like I I I don't like looking like a grown man or a grown woman, as those things are defined under like a white Eurocentric beauty standard of today. Like I Part of the reason why I like certain more childlike qualities is because they're more genderless, or vice versa. Like they're outside of adult human. Like I like that my body looks like people turfs say that like a certain kind of like flat chested transitioning body is like prepubescent looking, and trans people were supposed to disavow that and like say no 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 no, that's not what it's about, you know. um, but so what if it is? I'm still an adult. I am an adult person, and if I want to look like I have a certain body type, that's not hurting anyone. Edge Peasant says Chris Fleming's androgyny and neuroticism really hit home for me as well. Oh, Chris Fleming, my beloved. Chris Fleming, my beloved. Like I knew, you know, like I vibed with his "Am I a Man" video so fucking hard. Has everybody seen that? Please, everybody, tell me you've seen Chris Fleming's "Am I a Man" video. I was not binary at the time, and deciding whether or not to go down a more binary transitioning path and reading or watching Chris Fleming's "Am I a Man," it felt so like that's me. That's what I resonate with, being a failure at manhood, being an effeminate thing. And he speaks about it so interestingly. His positioning is more like quasi lesbian adjacent than mine is, but like he just gets it. He just speaks to it so well. It's I love how he dresses. I love how he moves around. I love how uncomfortable he feels in his body. Like how unjoyful his non-binariness can sometimes be. It's so real. Oh, I saw him at his show recently, a live taping of his HBO special I was at, and it was so fucking good. I love him so much. Transsexual Franz Fanon says Detransition Baby and Manhunt by Gretchen Faulkner Martin. Faulkner Martin was 1000% what planted the seed for this line of thinking, by the way, about black queer people having more of a sisterhood than white queer people. Love that you called back to that trans hive mind. Yes. Oh my god. And let's thank presumably whatever like black trans woman told Tori Peters that idea in the first place about the feral elephants that are white trans people. Edge Peasant says, I have a really weird, distant relationship with my own heritage because I'm effectively third gen and grew up super assimilated, and trying to connect was kind of disastrous as well. Yeah, I feel you. Uh, it's complicated. Orb Online has a question about a genetic skin condition, and sex and dissociation. That is a very in-depth question, so I'm gonna not spend time on the stream pulling up resources on that right now. You can contact me on my Tumblr Ask box, or the Piscord, and see if other people have things to share. But the amount of time that responding to that question would require to be done well is not something we're gonna do today. But especially since, and I might not be the best person to ask because for me, dissociating during sex is kind of often the point. So I may not be the best resource, but I'm sure there are other people in the Discord who have related experiences. Birdie Bits, welcome, says, I was surprised at how easy and even satisfying it's been to recontextualize my history since choosing my name. That's awesome. It can feel when you find a good one, it can feel really, really nice. More Wanderer says, I'm white and grew up very middle class, and it's a very alienating experience, and all anyone cares about is status items. It's very empty. Yeah, I'm very thankful that I at least have some family who are not white and not middle class and not from mainstream white culture, and I wish I had grown up with more of it. And I wish that I had not made the choice to assimilate into the middle class white world that is academia, that has taken a lot of the lessons from that upbringing away from me. And that I purposefully made myself assimilate into academia more, and I regret it and what it's done to me. It's not good. Completely fine to ask these questions, Orb Online. This is definitely a place for talking about all the sexy and mad pride things. Um, just because of the depth of it, we're not going to full on discuss it right now because we haven't even gotten to the article that we're here to read yet. But please, but hit me up on Tumblr, hit up the Discord, and we'll get a combo going about it. Yeah, my island says I have something like that, but I don't have any particular resources. But I will say that in a sexual context, most people are not going to be turned off by something you can't control. Yeah, most people don't actually care about skin conditions, differences in body appearances, like, especially once you're with kinky trans people, you see all kinds of bodies. It's really not a big deal. And if somebody thinks it's a big deal, they are fucked up. And you will encounter people being fucked up, but like that's off them. That's on them. Birdie Bit says, I still believe that Born This Way isn't necessary and is potentially oppressive. So it surprised me how easy it was to like settle into. Yeah, I think we are rewarded for feeding into that narrative because it's a little bit more assimilationist. Because the Born This Way argument is that we can't help it and that we're absolutely right about our identities, and rather than all people having the freedom to choose to do differently. So it's an easier sell that does not challenge cissexism for me to say I was really a man inside all along and I always knew it and I can't help it, and if I don't get to transition I'll kill myself, but if I do get to transition I'll be happy, productive, I'll be a good member of society, and I'll never doubt myself, and I'll never challenge the categorization of men and women other than treating myself as kind of this rare freak occurrence that was miscategorized. That rhetoric does not challenge coercive gender assignment at birth. It doesn't challenge the forcible surgeries that we as a society put on intersex babies. It doesn't challenge trans misogyny. It doesn't challenge anybody's existing like beliefs about what the genders are. And it is way more challenging to the existing understanding of what genders are to say, I just didn't, people told me I needed to do this thing. I think it's pretty made up. I don't think anybody who's told they have to be a cis woman innately is one. It's just a thing they were told to do. And some people are better at doing what they're told to do than others. I don't really want to do it. I have the freedom to do other shit. And so I'm going to do other shit. And maybe I'll change my mind. I just want to do it. I'm really inspired in this argument from Andrea Long Chu. She has an amazing article called My New Vagina Won't Make Me Happy. In fact, let's look at it real quick just to shout it out. It's an amazing piece. Steal it from the New York Crimes instead of paying for them if you can. It's also in her book, Authority, or she has really similar writing in her new book, Authority. And her whole argument is that she gets to get a vagina because she wants it. It doesn't need to make her happy or fix her for her to get to do what she wants with her body. And that's a really ridiculous standard to hold trans people to. Most human beings are not happy. So why the fuck are we expecting transition to be some kind of act of like purification? Like, we have the right to transition even if it makes us worse. And her writing about trans agency really positively influences me in a lot of great ways. All right, we're scrolling through the chat. Yes, it is possible to go on and off of T. It might be harder if I had had a hysterectomy, um, and had my ovaries removed, because then my body wouldn't be producing estrogen. But then I would just have to take estrogen, which would make me like a great number of trans women in the world, and that would also be fine. Um, a lot of trans people who have had some kind of surgery. You know, if I had a hysterectomy, I would need to be on some kind of hormones, be it T or E. Um, Similarly, a lot of trans femme people, if they have had a surgery like an orchiectomy, such that their body is no longer producing testosterone, they would need to take either estrogen or testosterone to avoid a lot of health problems. Uh, so in those cases, someone would need to take supplemental hormones, hormone replacement therapy, in some fashion. Of course, a lot of cis women in menopause do HRT. A lot of older cis men go on HRT as well. For me, since I did not do that, I am mostly on estrogen from scratch, though I am also taking estrogen. I use an estrogen cream on my face. So I am on E as well. But you can do whatever the fuck you want. There are also people on both. Shout out to FemDad69420 um, for being on both, and lots of other trans people. And yeah, it's fine to do crosstalk in the chat. Uh, cool. Nick BB61 asked, said, this seems a bit off topic, but I figured I'll ask. I saw Tevin's comment about losing allergies on tea. Was curious if anyone with mast cell activation syndrome has had hormone effect symptoms. Ooh, I'm curious about that. Um, hopefully somebody has answered in the, yeah. Yeah, I'm using it pronouns now. Again, I feel like I am unmisgenderable at this point. Nothing is going to really piss me off or feel bad. Male language, female language, she, he, it. Actually, they. I don't like they. No, thank you. They to me is too. It's associated with a kind of people's view of non-binariness that I don't resonate with, where they don't actually really see you as non-binary, and so I find it much more in your face and accurate. So I don't like they. Really, any other pronouns are fine. Language-wise, I really like feminine language, girl, diva, you know, bitch, like gay feminine. But like in the right context, a dude, a bro, a dog, I love those too. I will mix it up and use anything, and I have been for years, because you know I'm a gay guy girl. I'm a fag. I'm whatever. I'm whatever. So its pronouns are my preference. Any gendered language. Right now, I really do like feminine stuff, but it's not a big deal to me at this point. Grand Chicken Lord says, something I'm struggling with right now. I do feel a desire to be more feminine, but do I feel that just because that's what I find pretty, or what I view as socially desirable to others? Um, I get that question, and I've tried to answer for myself. Do I want things for the right reasons? And for me, I had to stop interrogating that, because who cares? Like, even if I want something for reasons that come from societal influence, I am a product of society. I live in a society. I'm not pure. No human being exists outside of society, and societal influence. And so, who cares? like, did I transition for the right reasons? Who cares? Or was I just transitioning to escape sexism and like youth sexual trauma? Who cares? I wanted to do it. I did it. You know. Am I detransitioning because I think like I'll be hotter as a feminine person? Maybe that's why. Who cares? Like you can do what you want for the wrong reasons, and nobody can stop you. Like I could be detransitioning completely just because I think I'll look cuter that way, people will be nicer to me, and I'll look younger. I can do it for those reasons. Those are factors. I don't think they're the only factors, but if those are the reasons why I chose to do it, I'm still allowed to do it. Like, and if I'm going to be happier, who gives a fuck? Like, you know, lots of trans people are asked to interrogate whether they're transitioning for the right reasons, or like a lot of trans women especially get told that like they are wanting certain things in their transition that are like vain, right? Like, oh, you don't need FFS. Oh, you don't need a boob job. You're just doing that because you want to be hot. Well, fucking so. Like, you're allowed to transition to be hot, or to have people be nicer to you, or to have it easier to make it easier to get sex. Like, you're allowed to transition for any fucking reason you want. Who cares? Yeah. Piton said, I really struggle with trans mask as a word. Never knew what word to use. I love trans effeminate. Yeah, cheers. Trans effeminate. I almost forgot that I used to use that all the time. Maybe I should say that. Um, though I do want to take care to not obscure the fact that I'm trans misogyny exempt. Like, I don't want to claim a struggle I don't have, and I don't want people to get confused, but I do also want to speak to the resonance there. So but yeah, I love trans effeminate. Meow Meow Island said the main MTFD transgrifter I've seen is Ollie London, who's basically lying about having been a trans woman in the first place. Right. Yeah, Ollie London's transition was like no time at all. And that's true of many detrans turf grifters. Some of them are only desisters, meaning they identified as trans socially for a little while and then they stopped. Some of them, that was like, they used they them pronouns in high school for a little bit. And now they're like, I left the trans cult. Oh, I was so victimized. And it's like, bitch, you didn't even you didn't get your stripes. Why are you talking about how hard it is? You didn't even do anything. Like, the only thing that was hard was people being non-binary phobic to you. Your transition wasn't hard. You didn't have one. Like, you didn't, you know, like, but they're making it sound like they did this big dramatic thing that they didn't do. And some of the other big forces in the detrans turf movement were like on hormones for like 6 months, 9 months. They didn't even like they didn't even transition that long, and then they're the definitive voice on transition regret. And like, they're fine after like a few months off hormones. Like I'm thinking of one particular trans mask person, former trans mask person, detrans turf, who, they had a baby, they never got top surgery, they don't have a beard, their voice is a little huskier than it used to be, they pass as a cis woman in every respect. They were not harmed by their transition, but they talked about it as if it was this terrible trauma. Sasha says, yeah, I only use trans mask for myself to describe my positionality, the same way I'd use TME. Yep. Yeah. If I'm talking about trans mask experiences, I would fall under that, though I don't identify as mask. It's just positionality. It's not identity. It's material conditions. I'm always super scared to say that when people use trans mask to talk about me, I feel misgendered. No, that's real. I think if people are using it as a very general term to talk about this group of people has this experience versus trans femmes have this experience that you don't, then I don't think people are actually trying to call you masculine. And I would not take that personally if you can help it. But like, it sucks that masculinizing is the way people see it when that's not everyone. Meow Meow Island says a lot of people can't seem to square away the fact that I'm socially detransitioning but still doing things like taking hormones and getting gender affirming surgeries. People who have never known me as a woman slip up once they learn about my gender journey. That is so annoying. Like, it's so cool and so liberating for everyone that it is possible to transition without being trans. Like, you can go on hormones and get surgeries and be a cis man, a cis woman, identify as something completely different. That shit's dope as fuck. I love the fucking cis women on the Grow Your Clit subreddit who are taking testosterone to grow their clits. It's so cool. Love them. I hate Meow Island says, yes, trans women treat me so fucking weird sometimes. I hate it because I want to be in community with other trans misogyny affected people and center other trans misogyny affected people in my life. But the way a lot of them respond to my gender makes it difficult. It's no group is pure of this shit. Like, even a group that is so heavily targeted by a marginalization, that does not mean that they are going to have a framework for understanding what they're going through. You know what I mean? Like, not every, like, we're so not a monolith. And so people bring their own biases and emotional reactions and fears and triggers, and they put it onto each other. And it sucks. It sucks that we do that. I've done it too, you know, like I was, I don't know, like I absorbed a lot of the non-binary phobia in the world and put it out there too when I was like really like I'm going to do this binary thing. Like everybody should just do this binary thing. Peyton, the name of the podcast was Silently, or not Silently Seduced, The Mental Illness Happy Hour. DJ on Dion says, on tea, it feels like I can't focus. On a full dose of tea, my brain's too fast, but unable to latch onto any ideas, really. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm familiar. Almost like an endorphin high, but too strong. Very high energy, very stressful. I very relate to that. I do not miss that. I feel so much better. I was just too amped. It was tough. Even on gel. Cat has questions, says about TERFs. They genuinely perpetrate violence while believing the violence doesn't exist because the victim in their minds don't exist. Yeah, that's very well said. They don't see trans women as a real category of human being. And so they don't care about trans feminine experiences. Like their whole ideology is dehumanization of trans women. And so they can't listen to trans feminine detransition experiences. Steven says, my ex, who knows and accepts that I'm an agender non-binary, came by yesterday and saw my new glasses and made sure to say, you know, those are generally women's frames, as if I didn't filter by women's. I'm sorry. It sucks, especially if they're also queer or trans themselves. There is so much hatred of non-binary people, and a lot of it, even among trans people, and a lot of it speaks to our own unlearning that we need to do of cis-sexist norms. Like, just because you're trans doesn't mean you're not informed by cis-sexism and you don't have cis-sexist norms of what being a particular gender is. So it sucks. Edge peasant vibing about needing to let go of control in singing. Snap Snoop said, I'm glad you're speaking on this today. I just had a friend imply if I was dating a man, we would look straight. I know it's because of their limited worldview, but I felt so limited and unseen. Yes, it's very ignorant. As if how you look walking down the street to someone who is completely ignorant of you is the be all and end all of what you experience in life. We got to stop talking about oppression as queer people about like, are you going to get beat up on the sidewalk? Because that is one locus of oppression among many. Like the questions are also, how does a doctor treat you? How does the legal system treat you? How does a school treat you? How does your family treat you? How does a domestic partner treat you? Can you access resources? All of those things matter just as much as like, do you look visibly like somebody who's going to get hate crimed walking down the street? We got some answers to what plural people are. You may have heard that referred to as people with like dissociative identity disorder. Some people do identify with that. Some people don't. Some people describe as systems. Some people describe as DID. I do have an article on DID on my Substack, or on plurality. Multiple selves inside one. It's like two spirit. Yeah, that's awesome, Kat. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, there are definitely some similarities to how because I know every nation, every group of indigenous people kind of has different, like two spirit is a catch-all term for a lot of different traditions of recognizing queerness and variation in identity and fluidity in identity across many different clans and tribes and kin of the land. But yeah, I think definitely a lot of similarity to how many people experience or describe two-spiritedness and plurality. Yeah, that's cool. Pettis Opod said, I was on testosterone because I have such bad social dysphoria as a non-binary person that I'd rather be gendered as a man than as a woman. But I found out that it sucks no matter what. Same. Yeah. And I'm glad I transitioned because now I will always, I think, hopefully, knock on wood, be seen as trans, as not a cis woman, which is great. But they're gonna gender you no matter what. Gamian Glass says, I was very moved by your blog post on this. I think everyone's identity is actually fluid throughout our lifetimes, but our culture hates this and tries to keep everyone stuck in their lane. It's BS. Even something like moving from being a twink to a bear over the course of your life is a gender transition, right? Like twink death is gender transition, whether you end up picking up the estrogen or not. Moving from seeing yourself as like a teen girl to a grown woman, that's a transition. These are very different social roles, and they are all classed. They are all raced. There's a ton of baggage in them. They have to do with your culture. Yeah, so I completely agree. There is no one solid, permanent self. We are always in transition. Am I a Man is unironically his best work. I had the same experience. I Am a Man. Oh, yes. Chris Fleming is gorgeous. Kat, you said you're from the lesbian world and then you like Chris Fleming. Oh boy, you have found, yep, you are the target audience. He has a whole song about how he's the last Subaru stop on the drive to Lesbian Town. Like the women who date him are women who are 1 minute away from becoming a full-time lesbian. So you're very right to like Chris Fleming. You're the target demographic. Yeah, check out the video. I want to take a modern dance class taught by Chris Fleming. Chris Fleming uses like any pronouns as well. How is E as a facial moisturizer working out? I've tried it a couple times and I think it's working, but not super regularly. I think it's helping. I mean, I'm getting more. My face looks different. Like even if you just compare videos, my face looks different. Some of that could be body fat redistribution as well. That's one of the big changes I want. I wanted a less like gaunt masculine face. I definitely have more collagen. Definitely have more of a glow, which is the thing associated with E. I do it like once a day if I remember to. I like it. It's good. I do my little sunscreen in the morning because I'm 37, and then I never wore sunscreen for 35 years, and now including when I was a lifeguard, and now I like midday, I'll moisturize with some E cream. I like it. I don't know. Eric Boyd says, "Shut up and review some fragrances." Oh, let me. What do I got? What do I got here? I got the whole. I had like an Amazon gift card for a speaking gig, so I got the full Etat Libre de Orange because you know me, I love them. I'm so boring. Like I need to branch out. I mean I told you about Female Christ. I love this scent. I was looking for like very incensey scents, and I got Female Christ. You already know all this. I've been texting you about this shit. La Orphine, La Orpheline. This one's very similar, very good. Incesty. An incest fragrance. Incense fragrance. I got some more Ellis Brooklyn. I know you don't really like them, but I actually really like Ellis Brooklyn. But I've been using it as a box for all my samples. I need to buy some more stuff, though. Love my fragrances. Hello, Eric. Good to see you. Prefer it more than they. Yeah. Yeah, they has been kind of nullified. Mavelyn says, mine is a compliment to your pronouns, Devin. Only pronoun is they. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess for me, I just associate they with fighting so hard to get it used and nobody ever doing it. And then even when they did use it, they didn't really see it as anything. They just saw it as, oh, whatever. We'll make this gesture without reframing how we see you. And like they has just become, and none of this is to shit on people using they. It's just the baggage for me of like, it doesn't feel like it's somebody respecting and honoring me. Um, you know, but we love they. Waluigi and Bowser says, I want to get on estrogen, but my concern is that I won't be able to get them consistently. Like, I don't want to get estrogen as a temporary thing and detransition. We've talked about this a little bit, Waluigi and Bowser. You could get a supply from Howard Brown in Chicago, and they should give you a 3-month supply, and every 3 months you would need to come into the city and get your blood tested and get a new prescription filled. Sometimes you can tell them, I'm traveling or I live out of town. Can you please give me a 6-month supply or a refill or something? And sometimes they can help you out. Alternatively, you can order your hormones online, especially estrogen, DIYHRT.cafe, and a bunch of other sites sell it. So estrogen is very easy to get. So there are options. There are options. Me and that Chris fella might have some things in common. Gotta watch. I have to go to my streaming lesson, but the stream was lovely. Thanks for being here. Sorry I took so long to get to the actual piece, but this has been a great conversation. Let's watch Chris Fleming, Am I a Man? Because I don't think I'm going to get copyright struck for that. Do y'all think? And then we'll dive into reading my piece finally. He's so good. I love him so much. Okay, let's do a screen share. The GOAT. I'm Afraid to Talk to Men. I saw that 9 years ago when it came out, and that really, really resonated with me too. It's so good. But that one's a song, so it might be on some song selling platform, so it might get copyright struck. So we'll just do this one.
Guy, but he has long hair like a... Some people have been asking me, is it a dude or a chick?
Is he a guy or is he a woman?
He sounds like a guy, but he has long hair like a Bichon. No offense or nothing, but like, are you my mom or my dad?
Is he gay? Am I gay?
Does he have panty lines?
Girls, come in here. I need you to help find panty lines on this guy because I think he's a chick.
Commenters who are playing the keyboard bongos. You can tell when someone's really heated and confused and they don't have time to think. All they can do is just...
It's a dude.
Am I a man? Can I consider myself a man if, in a pinch, I can dry myself off with a hand towel? My concept of a man is someone who whacks their elbow a little bit at a Bertucci's and has no hang-ups about freaking out. Ah! Son of a bitch! Zero qualms about going full streetcar named Desire at 2 p.m. at a Bertucci's, putting on a one-man show.
I love that this is Chris Fleming's drag of a man. Like thin salmon pants, a weird like short woman's wig, like a pixie cut Tinkerbell wig, and like still moving as fruity as fuck. This is him being a man freaking out in a Bertucci's. Oh my god.
One-man show in which the only word is his wife's name, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, son of a bitch. At what age will I become okay having an absolute meltdown in a public place? Like when I'm in public alone, I just want to vanish. If I hear music playing outside of a store, I will actively try to not walk to the beat because I don't want to look like I just got out of a Take Back Your Life seminar. Like I feel like this is my day. Do you know what I mean? When do I become immune to the shame of just giving a simian performance whenever I get angry in public? Like I'm still traumatized from when the mailman saw me eating a grapefruit naked in 2011. You know when you haven't said anything yet that day and you're suddenly thrust into a social situation, so what you end up saying is something just like, it's a hey. You've just been kind of festering in the wilderness of your own apartment. Like you have to go through birth, K through 8, just driver's ed, contextualize yourself. You just end up saying something like, boy, what? Bye. It was a feral encounter. This was before I had the show pony that you see before you. I had new long hair. It was ratty and all Yellowstone bartendery. I just growed it out because I had just left Massachusetts. When you leave Massachusetts, you're like, yahoo, I'm gonna take a risk, because no one's taken a risk in Massachusetts since the Boston Tea Party. Massachusetts is a neo-puritanical society.
Fuck Boston. Fuck Massachusetts.
What's the neo? What's the neo part? Matchbox 20. That's the one addition to the culture since the Salem witchcraft trials. You know, one time on the radio, they played the same Dave Matthews Band song twice in a row in Boston, and I don't think it was an accident. Nobody looks at you in California. You could be bouncing around in a pogo stick in the nude, and people are like, continue on your journey, namaste. You wear like a weird pair of shoes in Boston, you will be fed to the Dropkick Murphys. Marty Walsh himself will do it. I just don't see myself getting to a point where I spill a little bit of whipped cream on my khakis, and I'm like, okay. I'm gonna deal with this here in front of my wife's friend's entire wait staff, the guy who refs my daughter's soccer games. That's right, I'm having daughters, no sons. Okay, sons are gross. Every time I see a guy with his son, I'm just like, ew, what are you guys, an improv group? Although the one tough thing about having a daughter is knowing that at one point she will hook up with a photographer.
I don't care that we're at Bertucci's. Betsy.
Except I'll be middle-aged, so I won't have any handle on proper nouns.
I don't care if we're at Turbucci's, Betsy. I don't care if we're at Turbucci's, the cheese factory. Buy guys 1 cup Bagheera bread or the outhouse steak bag.
The outhouse
I don't think I
steak
can call
bag,
myself
yes.
a man until I get cut off in traffic and I get the urge to
Ride their ass. I'm gonna ride their ass.
Let's talk for a second about the sad revenge of riding their ass. When you follow behind your traffic offender as closely as possible.
Oh, nice move, pal.
Not really sure how that's revenge. If anything, it seems kind of
It's a fucking Kate Gosselin wig he's wearing to be a man. He's so fucking crazy.
supportive. There have been times in my life where I could have really used someone just directly behind me, gently ushering me to my destination. Dad, you know that you have no control over where they're even going right now. You're impacting their life in no negative way. You're just a volunteer highway shepherd with zero say where your flock ends up. Your actions are saying, I want to be as close to you as possible. I know right now to you this seems like sweet, sweet Shakespearean vengeance, but you're just behaving like a girlfriend on a couch. You could be on the biggest couch in the world. As soon as you touch, you don't even know that your girlfriend's home. A head descends into your lap. From out of nowhere. Whoa! She just falls from the ceiling like a stalactite in sweatpants. Then she embarks on a violent and reckless quest to discover the most comfortable spot of your body. She's hitting her head all over
Meanwhile,
your
the
thighs,
girl,
and
Chris
she has
Fleming, is just him in a ponytail. And like, if you watch Gale, where he's playing like a middle-aged New England woman, it's just him in a sports bra. It's like, it's so good. He reveals the social constructedness of manhood, like the presentational steps of manhood, and womanhood is like neutral to Chris Fleming, which I love that. Like, it's so feminist. He's like existing in a world where women are kind of the neutral, like sane grounding force of humanity, and then men are these like elaborate, strange, extra things. Like the way that most people look at femininity is how he looks at masculinity, and I love it.
stifle your agony because she's small, so she's unaware of all the damage that she's capable of doing. Not dissimilar from Lenny. This guy has a girlfriend? Yeah, we met on Waze. Back to my thesis question. Am I a man? Let me answer this anecdotally. I was walking around the streets of Clinton, Massachusetts a couple years ago, and a guy pulls up in a pickup truck, you know, a real Buffalo Wings kind of guy. He rolls down his window, he looks at me, and he just goes, nope.
Nope. Nope. Faggot subaltern theory, baby. Faggot subaltern theory. Chris Fleming is the most, like, his work around gender is all about being in the faggot subaltern. He has this amazing piece about going to a Super Bowl party at comedian Bill Burr's house. He got invited by Dane Cook. Very masculine environment, and basically this took me out when I saw this performance live in Chicago a few years ago. Check this one out too if you're a fan of Chrissy. Insane. But basically he talks about being in this really masculine environment, all these Boston straight dudes watching the Super Bowl, and he doesn't know how to act, so he doesn't talk at all. He's wearing like a sundress, and then he just curls up on the arm of Bill Burr's chair. It's Dane Cook's house, but Bill Burr's there. He crawls up on the arm of Bill Burr's chair and sits there like a little cat and does not talk for the first like two quarters of the Super Bowl. Like, and once they all, after the game, decide to go out and throw the pigskin around, Chris Fleming's friend Gary Goldman is like, Chrissy, you need to leave. Like, Chris Fleming is faggot subaltern. All of his experiences are about being faggot subaltern, and I relate to them so much. Oh. Thanks for being here, Sasha. Good to see you. Oh my God. Shit is so good. Oh, I love you, Chris Fleming. I love you, Chrissy. I love his work. And he's so neurotic, which I also really love. All right. It's been well over 2 hours. Let's dive into the actual reading of this damn thing. I think it was good to really talk this one through verbally, because I know this is one that people had big feelings about. Especially when people are just getting it in the context of social media and their own feelings, or taking it symbolically rather than reading it as me describing my own experiences. Which doesn't mean you can't take issue with how I describe certain things, but like the lack of context from what I'm hearing and how some people look at it is just wild. So I'm really glad we took some time today to just talk about everybody's gendered experiences and speak a little bit just very on the mic about why I transitioned in the ways that I did and what some of the goals were and some of the failings were there. So you can read along with this piece over on drdevonprice.substack.com. It's always free to read forever. I might be changing my Substack handle sometime soon to either like Devon Price, Demon Prince, Devon Erica Price, my middle name / former first name, something like that, because I want to get rid of the doctor. This is all part of a larger project towards no longer seeking to influence, seeking only to describe. You know what I mean? As a writer and an observer of human behavior, I want to seek not to influence, but to describe, and not position myself as an authority, especially when talking about personal stuff. So, or in general, you know, like I want to write for the art of it and the storytelling, not to be the marketing shit. But whatever. Right now it's on drdevonprice.substack.com. If you subscribe, you'll get my shit regardless, even if I change the handle. So make sure to do that if you are so interested. Mel Valen said, my freshman college roommate, we hated each other. Loved Dane Cook. That video heals me. Oh, God. I saw Dane Cook in a stadium show at the Ohio State University when I was a student there because it was free. It was horrible. I hate that man. Meow Meow Island said, I literally have seen people call you both a trans misandrist and a trans androbro in response to this piece. Oh, nobody's doing it like me. Oh, I've seen people call me a bioessentialist in response to this piece, even though I'm literally saying that through the magic of transition, I have inhabited a variety of different social roles and everything has changed flowing from that. I don't know what could possibly be less bioessentialist than saying transition works and it does change your social positioning. What? It's crazy. Mavalence is going to switch into mobile. That's cool. Thanks for being here. Thanks for lurking. No more Dr. Devon Price. Yeah. That's my intention, though I haven't done it yet. It's too bad because the rhythm of it is good, but like we're debranding, we're de-influencering, you know, whatever. So this piece is called What I'm Noticing 4 Months After Stopping Testosterone. What's changed, what stayed the same, and what's become something completely new. As you can tell from the title, it is a very personal account of my experiences. Hormones are so incredibly personal. Gender is so complicated. I am living my life. Other people are living theirs, and none of these things are meant to be an attack on anyone else. And I really think that's clear. I've massaged this piece for ages, and I am not gonna write with like a fear of like mentally simulating every possible worst interpretation of my writing, because that is not somebody I'm in community with. Like if you talk about things like this looking for some way to catch someone in a flub, that is not a reading I care about. You know what I mean? That's not a motivation for reading something that is helpful to me as a writer or a human being. It's certainly not helpful to me in talking about my own story. Like people can again have questions and take issues with things, but like some of the ways people have done that, I've mostly just heard from friends messaging me and being like, there's discourse about this. And I've had a few Tumblr asks trying to call me in, as if a complete stranger on the internet can call me in. We don't know each other. You can't even call me. But, you know, this is a vulnerable subject. It was a subject I was afraid to talk about for a long time, and I have chosen that I want to write about it for myself and that I think it benefits a lot of people. I want to resonate with people who are on similar yet different walks of life. And so, like, it's okay. Like, this is not a topic everybody wants to talk about, you know? Detransition is really scary and triggering for a lot of trans people because it's their worst nightmare. And it's something that the government is forcibly doing to many of us. So if you don't want to have that conversation, you don't have to read this piece about me saying, like, oh, I'm detransitioning and I like it. You know, like, that's not the conversation everybody's wanting to have right now, and that's fine. That doesn't mean that these stories aren't happening. So, you know, I think it's useful to write about, and at the end of the day, I write about it because I fucking want to write about it. I'm doing things that I want to do, and that's like, I think hard for people to understand that I'm like a human being, and I'm just doing whatever the fuck I want. And I think we're better when we all do whatever the fuck we want. Like that's my anarchism. That's my PDA, whatever. So I'm generally speaking at peace with the fact that some people are shitheads about it, but I have heard about it a little bit. So let's talk about it. What I'm noticing 4 months after stopping testosterone. This went up on my Substack last week. Oh, hello, Travicidis cereal. Travesia sidereal. Travesia sidereal. Hello, welcome. The opening picture on this is a selfie that I took at the Brown Elephant, which is a thrift store here in Chicago that helps fund Howard Brown Health Clinic, a clinic where I've gotten all my hormones. I'm wearing a dress that I got from there. It's a very fun little like flouncy long skirt dress that has a kind of a cropped top piece covering the sides. Otherwise, it's like a really deep V, like tank top on the side, so you can see a lot of side boob or like side titty scar, which I really like. I'm wearing a bandana. I have like little slightly femme kind of Doc Marten platform sandals on. I've got a little purse. This has been a pretty common fit for me lately. I'm very into something right now that I'm calling the fall drape. Lots of drapey fabrics and things like that. And I just, I felt like I looked good. I felt good with myself. Felt comfy. So, you know, that's what I'm looking like these days. A little different. My hair's a little longer. My face and body look a little different from how they looked even a few months ago. And I'm happy to speak in as much detail as people like beyond this. Excuse me if people have questions about anything that I've experienced or felt. I am comfortable being very transparent about that. Feel free to continue participating in the chat as I read. I'll just kind of read through the piece to make it accessible to people who don't read long shit on Substack or can't, but we can pop in for discussion and question throughout. I started taking testosterone in May of 2018. It was part of an intentional move away from my then vaguely non-binary identity into a more solidly masculine one at the time. Since then, I've taken a lot of steps meant to masculinize me, both physically and in the eyes of others. These include lifting weights daily, with a focus on the shoulders and chest for kind of a masculine shape, cramming my diet full of protein, again to bulk up, cutting my hair super short and in a way that would like square off with my jaw, replacing my wardrobe of mostly tunic-style dresses and flowy fabrics with boxy, masculine pieces that would emphasize the shoulders, repressing some of my more playful, silly, and effeminate mannerisms. I really do not recommend doing this one. And even training myself to speak in a lower, gruffer voice. If you watch videos back even just a few months ago, you'll hear the difference. I really do not recommend doing this without the help of a voice coach. I recently learned that the way I'd been lowering my voice for years was by shoving my tongue into the back of my throat, which muffles sound and can cause jaw tension and breathing issues and makes it harder to speak. And I'm now working with a voice teacher to learn how to speak and move air better. And it's having a fun side effect of making my voice more emotionally expressive, apparently, at least to non-autistic people. People can hear emotions in my voice more, which is nice because I've had to manually do that, like insert fake emotion into my voice as a masking strategy for a very long time. And so now apparently I'm a little bit, like you can hear it a little bit more. So I used to talk more like in a low voice like this, with my tongue more in the back of my throat. And you can maybe hear on the mic that it's a little bit more muted. I don't even want to do it for too long because it does do damage for me. I can go low, but that's not the right technique for it. Someday I'll have a piece on all that once I've learned more about voice. Some of these changes cost me a sense of easy authenticity within myself and my body. But together, they succeeded at their primary goal. I started getting read as a man absolutely everywhere, was respected as a man within all professional settings, was always gendered correctly by strangers, and was unclockable enough that the STI clinic kept forgetting to give me vaginal swabs, and most hookups were surprised that I didn't have a penis when they brought me home. Like, I've had people reach their hand into my pants and try to cup phantom balls and be like totally shocked and confused that they can't find anything, repeatedly freaked out and confused. I had attained the coveted and safety-giving transsexual status of passing as a cis person of my target gender, a fate that only a handful of us are lucky and healthcare accessing enough to achieve. And just over 4 months ago, I just decided to walk nearly all of that back. Why? I've spoken about it a little in recent writing, but in short, becoming a man was a deliberate strategy of image management for me, because I figured that identity was more likely to be recognized and respected by others than the gender-fucky fluid reality of me. Previously on this stream, I have a piece called Some Effects of Testosterone Gave Me Dysphoria. That doesn't mean I regret it. That's from September. If I'm being honest, I'm still not sure that my transition really has all that much to do with gender. I don't feel any pull toward the available gendered categories or all their oppressive rules, and mostly feel like a living object or eternal fantastical creature existing beyond the human inventions of species, sex, or age. Sex here being an invented human category, right? Not like a biological reality. In our world, your identity is largely what society tells you. You don't get to choose your race. You don't get to choose your class. And gender is one of the only areas in which there's sometimes room for mutability. And so I changed my gender, and some parts of my body, like my tits, which I didn't much like having to carry around. I passed successfully from the social role of woman into man and enjoyed all the massive privileges attendant. But ultimately, I learned that being a man held no appeal for me. After many years of trying to be a man, it seems to me that manhood amounts to mostly this: harnessing the power that one holds over other people, particularly women, and repressing one's weakness so that societal power does not go away. It does not seem like a redeemable social position to me. Many feminist trans men feel differently, and that's fine. I might have been willing to build a better manhood if I'd enjoyed how any of it looked or felt. But in the end, it was simply wrong for me. A too big suit without any hint of color. A lifetime of posturing with no moment to exhale. And so I am giving up the act, losing my cis-assimilated status, letting myself simply be whatever the fuck I am from moment to moment, and accepting that it won't be instantly recognizable. My soul is a fickle one. I have completely changed identities, passions, and political philosophies what feels like dozens of times. That has certainly humbled me, and I'm accepting that in all ways I will never know who I am. These days, I prefer its pronouns and language that is feminine coded in the gay way. Girl, diva, that kind of thing. Objectifying language is always delicious, too. So, calling me a thing, calling me an it, love that stuff. But again, I'm not going to be offended with someone calling me a person or she or he or whatever. It's all good. I don't care anymore. In this latest stage of my transition / detransition / retransition / whatever the fuck you want to call it, I'm accepting of all terms. I keep picturing myself as Arcuid, the funny-headed vampiress in the opening of Lunar Legends to Tsukihime. From atop a stone tower, I am falling, crashing to the earth. My hair is fanning out, suddenly huge beneath me. The moon is rising. My eyes are opening as the chains come undone. I am surrendered into a void where all preconceived meaning falls apart, overtaken by my own wild, unnameable nature. In the anime, this scene represents her tasting blood and becoming like feral, becoming like blood hungry, a blood hungry killer. So we're back to amoral vampires as a queer symbol. But she's plummeting, she's getting powered up, but she's losing control. She's plummeting, and there's something about it that's, it's dark, but it's also freeing that I've always really found really compelling. This is what it feels like to just not try. I would play it, but I don't know if it'll get copyright struck. I wanted to write about some of the changes I've been noticing since stopping tea and no longer self-conceiving as a man. And I figured that doing so might serve a couple of different purposes. First, I know there are a lot of non-binary transgender people out there who only want some of the effects of a medical transition and might feel dysphoric at others. If that's you, then I hope my story can help you imagine potential courses that your own transition could take and provide some useful anecdata about which effects of HRT appear to be long-lasting and which ones revert after a pretty short period of time. Second, I think my transition has some real commonalities with those of trans women and trans feminine people. Shifting into having an estrogen-dominant body fucking rocks, for one, and many of the effects of being testosterone dominant made me dysphoric. I'm taking estrogen cream, just like many of my sisters, and feeling joyful at being freed from the expectations of masculinity, even as it means encountering sexism a lot more. If you're a trans femme reader, I hope to convey how much my own experience has deepened my sense of solidarity with you. And though I will never be targeted by trans misogyny in the ways that my trans sisters are, I will never disavow you or my proximity to you. And I will use my new position to speak over sexist trans men and smack down other ignorant TMEs even louder. This is an amazing piece from Trans Peaks / Annika / Angela Badalamenti, saying TME is not who you are, but what you do. Really fascinating perspective and building upon faggot subaltern theory. And we have a video talking about faggot subaltern theory, me and Annika / Angela. That's on the playlist of these essays if you'd like to read it. This writing is also for questioning or closeted people and those who are afraid to take transitional steps they might regret. I lived in fear of being a transition regret statistic ever since I first came out as non-binary around 2016 or so. So I know how heavy that shroud of doubt can be. I hope that by describing my experiences de and transitioning, I can help you see that there is nothing shameful in being wrong, and that changing your mind or simply becoming a different person over the course of your life is incredibly mundane. Of course, this writing goes out to detransitioners who have plunged the depths of identity to the point where meaning disintegrates and then come back again. Some of us choose this particular path. Others do it out of necessity, or only for a short time. It hurts my heart and enrages me that so many people are afraid of discussing detransitioned realities. I will speak about my confused and complex path of multiple transitions as often as I can to create more space for it and to provide information where it's helpful. Finally, I'm writing this piece for the happily transitioned people out there who are worried about losing their access to HRT because our lives and bodily freedom are under such relentless attack. It is my hope that this piece will offer you a little bit of reassurance that no matter what happens, your transition will not fully go away, and some clear examples of what to prepare for should the worst case happen. A forced detransition caused by political violence is a dark subject, but I'm a big believer that it's always better to have realistic expectations than to blot out the possibility out of fear or shame. And so knowing some of the things that happen and the timeline on which they happen, I think is helpful for some people's peace of mind. To all of these ends, here's what I've been noticing in my 4 months off testosterone. Steven says, that's largely what being a man, one of the guys, has felt like to me. Never got it or wanted to get it. Yeah. That was the line in the piece that made people the most angry. Even though it is chapter and verse from a previous piece that I wrote, The Beautiful Failure of Being a Man. My argument in this piece, The Beautiful Failure of Being a Man, is that manhood is defined by trying and then failing to meet this standard, this repressive standard. And that the only men I ever really wanted to be in commonality with was the men who fail at being a man. Queer men, men of color who have had their personhood called into question, disabled men, men who refuse to oppress women with the power that they have, men who fail to be powerful. And at a certain point, for me, the question was, well, why am I even trying to be this thing if I only want to fail? And for some trans guys, the answer is, well, if being a man just feels right to me. Dysphoria is real. Gender identity is real. You know, like some people are just men. Some people feel good that way. Some people, that's always how they felt, or that's how they feel now. Some people, that's what turns them on. It's what makes them happy. Great. That's their answer. But for me, if I feel dysphoric being a man, and I can't really define what a man is other than these troubling things, why would I try to be a good man? It just doesn't work. Trans Peaks puts it this way: patriarchy punishes men for failing to be men, and being a man is usually defined as oppressing women. Men that can't do this, that can't oppress women are feminized and pushed into a lower class. And I believe this is true, especially when we're talking about white men. And all I ever wanted to be was among the people who are feminized and pushed into a lower class, not the successes of men. T.S. Transfanon says, I remember that piece and liked it. Still had the same critique, but wasn't back to writing yet. Yeah. I think, I've tried, and I really think faggot subaltern theory could be made even better by having a consideration of race. I think a lot of this stuff is still coming from a very white perspective. I think more cognizant of it trying to be than some people, but like my experience of masculinity is very much white masculinity, and that is really uncomfortable and really narrow. And men of color, especially black men, are so dehumanized under white supremacy and denied their gender that I don't think becoming a man as a black man, being a man as a black man, is the same thing. Like, you never get that same amount of status that white men get. And so, like, talking about this stuff, really, like, if I'm being fully responsible, I should always be like, it's about being a white man. It's about being a white man. It's about being a white man who passes. It's about being a white thin man. Like, it's about a lot of things, but I think especially that. And so I'm really excited to read your critique because I think it'll be great. I've loved a lot of your critiques about just the mainstream trans feminism that gets talked about is very white, and that does stand out to me. But I'm also still white, and as much as I try to really study this stuff and think about it, I think my lens is still very informed by that. And the Shizen System, who wrote Faggot Subaltern Theory, is Asian. She's an Asian trans femme, and so and there's an awareness of that baked in to her writing that I think is kind of implicit. But I would love to see the racial dynamics made explicit, and I think see more like black and like dark skinned people working with that theory too and complexifying it, because I think there is an element there that's missing when we don't talk about it. Birdie Bit says, really appreciated the dimension of being disillusioned with passing. It always seemed weird to me to remove passing from the context of black politics, i.e., it's Mary from Sinners, not acceptance. Yeah, it's funny. I just watched. I always loved Nella Larsen's book Passing, ever since I had to read it in like an English class. And it's that book. Hopefully, a lot of people are familiar with it, but it's about two very light-skinned black women, one of whom makes the decision to pass as white to move through society and marries a white husband. I really love her novel Quicksand even more, by the way. And then one woman who also could have made the choice to pass as white but did not. And they meet each other many years later and are navigating the social complexities of like being in public together, and one of them is in one social role and one's in another, and like moving through different spaces. And then there's also a Netflix version that came out a few years ago that I just watched recently, that I really, really enjoyed. And it felt very resonant. Speaking as a white person, it felt very resonant to a lot of like trans experiences of passing, that like passing is a state not of like ascension, but of not being seen. And that it's this act that you have to, of assimilation, that you lose a lot to gain a lot of privilege. So the white passing character just longs to be back among her culture and her people, and she hasn't gotten a chance to just be at like a black party, like around lots of other black people in like 20 years, because she's married to a white man and she's living as white in like in a segregation era, like pre civil rights movement era. And a lot of the conversations that they have in this movie are conversations that are very similar to ones that trans people have, and tensions that they have. That's not to say they're the same thing. Just like code switching and autism masking aren't the same thing. But this is a subject that is very near and dear to my heart because I have relatives who made the choice to pass as white. and my great grandfather, who was like alive when who I knew, and some of his other family, and my one grandfather, and that furthered their assimilation into whiteness, and obviously I'm a white person, with all that entails, and so like it's something that I've always tried to understand as much as possible, and found interesting, and speaking to the fact that if you even have the ability to pass, there is immense privilege that comes with that, but assimilation is a destructive force. As DJ on Dion says, to pass, you have to give up your community. Yeah, exactly. And it's different for trans people, especially white trans people. We don't lose as much because we have so much power. But yeah, when you make a choice to assimilate into the existing power structure, when you are not of that power structure, you are killing a part of yourself, and you are furthering the assimilation of yourself and people like you. With white supremacy, it is a more directly destructive force because you are being, you're having white kids, you're like living in white society, you're replicating white culture, and it like goes on in that it replicates itself in that way. Whereas a trans person just trying to pass a cis so they don't face violence isn't. That's I mean it's different, but in certain ways it doesn't quite have that same um, extending effect, like generationally extending effect. But it does kind of. We still have like generational effects of passing pressures in our movements and our culture because of how the queer people that come before us have reconciled. Like, am I trying to aspire to fit into cishet society, or am I trying to blow it up? You know. Steven says, would never take masculinity away from someone who has examined it. I can't find a masculinity that appeals to me, and what was modeled was real bad. Yeah, exactly. Uh, Travesia Sidereal says, yeah, for me, passing feels alienating in many ways. Absolutely. Let's dive into the first change that I've noticed since stopping testosterone. And for me, yeah, passing, like, one thing I really resonated with, I'll just say first, in watching this film recently, was that there was this air of like threat and menacing around Ruth Nega's character, who's the white passing character. Tessa Thompson, still lives in black culture, still lives a black life. And Ruth Nega's character, she like there's this threat in the air all of the time because her husband is a really like violent white supremacist. Everyone fucking is in this society in the time period she's in, and like anything that reveals her actual background could destroy this life that she's built. But she also isn't sure if she wants that life. She can't tolerate it anymore. It's so anodyne and dead and like culturally cut off and lonely. So like she's wanting to escape this prison that she has been put in by white supremacy, but that she also made a choice to step into. I mean, personally, I can't blame someone for making a decision that they think is going to get them safe and secure in a world like that. Like, that's not from my position, who am I to judge? But like, you are under a state of constant threat, and like I, in a much lesser way, because it never was going to be a matter of physical unsafety for me, really, as like a white guy. Once I started passing effortlessly as a cis guy, I was really paranoid about what was going to make me lose that. Like, I was having to study all of these things. Somehow I found out I was doing something right that I didn't even know that I wanted to be graded on. And it felt way scarier and exposing to give that up. And so then I would think about, how am I carrying myself? How am I dressing? What do I need to say? And I was never stealth. I never like didn't tell someone I was trans if I knew them for more than a second. But you do get all these social incentives for aligning with the existing order of society, and it fucks with you. It really does. And the depiction of it in this movie was really good. Yeah, I thought it was a really good adaptation of a story I really liked. So shout out to Nella Larson. Quicksand's even better. I love Quicksand so much. She just really goes. Like, she has a lot of interesting things to say about just like race and assimilation and culture, and like I just love her stuff. All right. Things I noticed 4 months after stopping testosterone. My period came back after 3 months. So I have not had periods until recently for years. And that's on testosterone gel, which does not pack as much of a punch. But for me, I didn't have a period for years. For the first month that I was off of testosterone, I didn't notice significant changes in my body. I was used to taking the same dose of testosterone gel every day, so I never had fluctuations in bodily hormones or mood. Some people who have shots, you have a shot day where you really are amped on testosterone, and then you have low testosterone days that like are right before your shot days where you can feel tired or cranky or just off, and there's fluctuations. For me, since I was on gel and I was applying the same amount of gel every day, I didn't really have like a cycle of any kind. I was used to feeling amped and irritable basically all of the time, kind of like you were saying, DJ on Dion. Lots of energy and never bleeding. And for a while, that was how things stayed. I felt physically kind of the same for the first couple months. By the second month, however, I had started spotting, and I had a thin, watery period that lasted about 2 days. So just really thin blood, no clots, no chunkles. Not really a period per se. Enough to kind of mostly ignore. Then I started feeling a bit calmer and more at ease in my body from day to day, right after that period. Then, about 2 months after stopping T, I experienced a familiar surge of anxious annoyance. It felt like I was somehow on testosterone again. And in a sense, I was, because I was in the middle of my ovulatory cycle, which is when, if you have an ovulatory cycle, testosterone tends to peak. So, right around ovulation, testosterone is at its highest, actually. I had a full blown period on the 3rd month off of T. So, full on a volume of blood, needing to use tampons and pads, chunks, blood clots, etc. At which point, cramps, though not that bad, because my periods aren't that bad, generally. At which point, my irritability immediately began to subside, because once your period starts, or roughly thereabouts, if you have a menstrual cycle, then your testosterone goes down after that. I was feeling the effects of my hormones shifting throughout the month again, something I had not experienced in years. And it's changed my perspective quite a bit. My moods shift more, and I experience emotions more strongly. None of this, I should mention, is biologically innate. These things are social, and they have to do also with how comfortable I'm feeling in my body, which I say multiple times in this piece, but I really do want to hammer it home that I'm not saying, oh, estrogen always makes you more emotional. I'm less dissociated, and I have a emotional cycle because I have a hormone cycle now, which I did not have. And so that it has changed my experience. Some of this change is noticeable because I used to take testosterone gel at the same dose every day. I never had shot days where a huge volume of testosterone was suddenly coursing through my body, or sludgy, tired, low hormone days when I was due for my next dose. For me, going back to being estrogen dominant has meant also having cyclical variations in energy, anxiety, smell sensitivity, and happiness again for the first time in years. So just kind of completely arbitrary seeming fluctuations, not just mood effects of life. I have enjoyed the relative relaxation that comes with having more estrogen in my body. I'm also kind of enjoying that a sour mood is pretty much guaranteed to change as the weeks pass, completely outside of my control. Having shifting hormones feels like pulling the wheel of fortune in a tarot spread, a reminder that nothing is permanent, that some days we are on top and others we will fall. And I find it oddly dignified to accept and roll with. Which is not how I felt about menstrual cycles in the past. Pre-testosterone, I did not like the idea of having feelings, or those feelings being affected by hormones. I found that very dysphoric and threatening. I didn't want to believe it was true. And now I notice it more, and I'm more accepting of being a human animal whose body is affected by things that are happening, and your mind is affected by what's going on in your body. None of that is to say estrogen inherently makes you more emotional. It's just I'm more in tune with more of a variety of emotions rather than being amped up all the time. I'm also feeling more satisfied with my body and physically at ease, which makes it easier to tune into my emotions. Unlike many trans guys on T, I have never had a problem crying. I can and have sobbed about everything. But these days it's even easier to grow misty or let out peals of delighted laughter. At times, my sense of touch feels heightened, and there's a lightness to my movements that comes from no longer being tensed up with steroids and, for my case, too much blood. More on this later. I enjoy things more now. I say more freely what I dislike. I do not believe that any of this is innate to estrogen per se. I'm simply freer now because I'm more happily me. My vaginal atrophy has gone away, and my sexual responsiveness has changed. Sexual effects are fun to talk about. Multiple years on testosterone have given me symptoms of vaginal atrophy, random non-menstrual bleeding, involuntary cramping and tightening during or occasional pain during sex. I'm happy to report that after stopping T, all of these symptoms rapidly went away. Within about a month, my vagina felt supple and stretchy again, enough that some sexual partners remarked upon the change. And I think, if anything, it's gotten more so over time. My orgasms have also changed. After years on T, my arousal patterns had become stereotypically male. Sexual pleasure felt very linear, with a short twitchy orgasm at the end that was very localized to my T dick and immediately flipped over into a disinterested, unhorny, refractory period. And I didn't much enjoy it. So I needed really consistent, constant stimulation that would kind of take a while and have to be pretty intense in order to come. And it was about building, building, building. Now I've hit this orgasm point and it's kind of anticlimactic and it's over. But with each month that I've been off testosterone, my orgasms have been getting stronger, longer, more internal, and more fluttery and dreamy. So what do I mean by that? I mean estrogen orgasms. When you have a vagina, at least, you feel so... for me, you feel more like internal contractions. And the orgasm is more there and more bodily, rather than purely just pleasure in the clit dick area. Pleasure moves throughout my whole body now and can surge and turn over into multiple overlapping waves. So orgasms can kind of roll into one after another, depending on how I'm stimulated. An orgasm can be extended for a really long time, and it can go like that. They can be more intense. It's a lot more complex. And I don't have a refractory period. It's more of like a wave form, like a subtle undulating wave form rather than a linear spike and flatline. My sexual stamina has increased because of it, and I've gotten to return to a once beloved habit of spending hours rolling around in bed in the twilight hours, pleasuring myself into a gooey-headed haze. Yes, this is very much a pro-gooning newsletter. An abundantly free source of pleasure and connection is never a bad thing. This is about that anti-gooning piece that was in Harper's. And here's a great response from Cryptotheism about why gooning is good and we should not be having a moral freak out about gooning. I had a high libido long before testosterone, but T did make my horniness more urgent and reckless. I still masturbate for an hour or more every day, but I'm far less likely to let my cock drag me somewhere I should have brought a gun. Here's a meme from Silent Hill, James Sunderland in the fog of Silent Hill, and it says, and it's a very crunchy meme with lots of white noise and assets, and it says in a big white font, "My dick has led me to places I wouldn't even go with a gun," which is apt for this game because it's a game about a guy feeling guilt about his horniness and having to fight a bunch of very sexual monsters. We love Silent Hill too. Part of all of this, of course, comes from the fact that I am loving myself and my body more than I did when I was forcing it to be a guy. So I see myself as more worthy of genuine pleasure and protection. It's been a fascinating few years of constant random hookups and sex parties, and I won't be doing away with my sluttiness anytime soon. But I'm no longer holding myself to the standards of cis gay men on the apps and not settling for the treatment they find acceptable either. More and more, I'm selectively kinky for kinky, non-binary for non-binary. It seems that the people most able to truly find me in the dark are the formless shadow creatures like myself. Kate McDonald says, I know some people are very upset about this part, presumably the mood part. I think I get why people are freaked out when they see someone saying, oh, when I have an ovulatory cycle, it changes my mood, because there are a lot of weird regressive people who think that like your ovulatory cycle is this huge determinant of everything to do with you, and it's like trad wife shit that gets put out, that cis women consume and make, that is very turfy and very bioessentialist. So I understand why in that context people think any like discussion of, oh, I'm on estrogen and now I feel more emotional, freaks them out. But sometimes people feel more connected to their emotions when they're on estrogen. That is not unusual. Lots of trans women experience that too. And I like it. You know, I did not used to like having a cycle before I transitioned. And now, after having transitioned, at least for now, I find a lot of things about it pleasant and interesting. And hormones, part of the whole like argument for transness and trans liberation is that hormones do affect you. Like, we want access to HRT because they affect us. They do affect how we feel and how we look and how we feel in our bodies. And that does not mean that women are inherently more emotional, or any bioessentialist shit like that. Like, it's very definitionally not bioessentialist to say you can change how you feel based on how you self-conceive and based on the hormones that you put in your body. This stuff does change, and that's part of why trans people do it. It's because we want to feel that change. So I understand why people see stuff like this and they remember like the weird cis ladies on TikTok who talk about like feeling their vaginal mucus every morning to figure out if they're like, if they can lift weights or not that day because they're ovulating or not. But like, that's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. Like, that's not that's not what I'm saying. I very clearly in multiple points say that a lot of this is because I feel more comfortable with myself and I'm not dissociating. And that is also something that a lot of trans women say about starting estrogen, that they, when they were trying to be men, manhood is this state of repression and it wasn't right for them. So it was doubly repressive. And once they stopped doing that, and they were on estrogen, which does, for many people, help, they were more in tune with their feelings, and they had an ovulatory cycle. Trans women have ovulatory cycles. So none of this is exclusive to, you know, anyone's assigned gender at birth or anything like that. Just to be like excruciatingly clear about it. So, you know, I try now to write for like people who are there because they want to read the thing and engage in a conversation. I don't try to write defensively, like for every worst possible interpretation. And I understand why people find this subject uncomfortable. I used to find any kind of talk of like hormonal fluctuations and mood really dysphoric when I was like trying to be a cis woman and like that, and not happy in that position. But within the context of what we're talking about here, this is obviously not bioessentialism. Like, it's saying transition changes things. Like, yeah, you know. I'm a bit more tired. Testosterone really is a fucking steroid. In the first few months after stopping, I went through a palpable energy crash. I was regularly clocking in 11 and 12-hour sleeping sessions and spending whole Sundays rolling around in bed. I didn't have any interest in going to crowded bars or noisy parties. I stuck to my books, games, and daydreamy walks staring at the trees. I listened to music more and just stared at the ceiling and enjoyed it. I haven't really had the ability to just chill out like this in a while. And a lot of that's like dysphoria at being like a working professional man and shit too. I've really been vibing with Lana Del Rey's song Wildfire, living in a state of hazy nourishment, draping myself over things, over surfaces, like a fresh smelling bedsheet. I think that this change has since stabilized, or else I've just gotten used to it. On T, I was able to juggle a full-time job with an active writing career for a while, but then my body and psyche demanded that I stop. I'm at peace with being slower, weaker, and less impressive than my curated work persona, Dr. Devon Price, the he, him man was. It's likely that having a period and stopping T, both of which lower a person's red blood cell count, are making me slightly anemic again, which could explain the languidness. Since I have had some disastrous health events caused by severe anemia in the past, I am addressing this by taking supplemental iron. Meow Meow Island says the ebb and flow of my cycle has been one of my absolute favorite things about taking estrogen. It's like forced me to stop intellectualizing emotions that don't need to be. Exactly. That's exactly my feeling. Like, knowing, having this like built-in explanation for emotions, and it's not in a sense of like women are irrational. This feeling is irrational. The things that you get upset about when you're PMSing are things you were already upset about. Like that's always been the case. You know, you're not irrational when you're feeling hormonal emotion shifts for the most part. You know, some people have like psychotic features and stuff like that, but like it's still, even those are still coming from a real place. The things you're thinking and feeling are coming from a real place. And it doesn't invalidate that you're having an emotion. And it's also kind of really nice and kind of perspective giving to know, okay, sometimes I'm a little bit more sensitive to my feelings, or I feel certain feelings more strongly than other times. And so if I'm really anxious or I'm really sad and pissed off about something and I don't like that, I can just wait because I am a living body and not everything is something I can fix. And sometimes I'm just going to feel upset. Like sometimes I'm going to be sadder than other times. Sometimes it's going to be easier to cry than other times. Sometimes I'm going to be more stressed than other times. And like that is part of being alive too. And it's fine, you know? My upper body is weaker, my lower body is stronger, and my grip strength is way worse. I still lift weights a few days per week, but stopping T and my hand injury from January of last year have shifted my focus to leg and hip workouts and lots of biking. My upper body still looks very defined. Transmasc readers may be relieved to hear that muscles don't disappear off of T so long as you keep working out from time to time. And many trans women have spoken to this too, that like you can be on estrogen and if you were really into like strength training before that, if you kind of keep up your workouts, you won't have the same return on investment in terms of new gains generally than when you're on testosterone. Testosterone really helps you build muscle, but it's not like you're going to just lose all your muscle. If you keep using it, you're going to pretty much keep most of it. You might look less, you might have less like vascularity because of the red blood cell count effect. But like you can still be shredded and be on estrogen, as many a buff woman, cis or trans, is evidence of. I do find that moving large pieces of furniture is more difficult now. On the flip side, I find it a lot easier to do squats and deadlifts, and my ass, already boosted by T muscle gains, is getting fatter still as my body fat redistributes, and that's all a blessing. I used to be flat-assed before testosterone, and now multiple people have said I have a bubble butt, which is such a compliment. I don't know if it's fully deserved, but I'll take it. The most noticeable change in this sense is my grip strength. I am sorry to say that the stereotype of men opening jars was not plucked from thin air. It turns out that one of the major determinants of a person's grip strength is their red blood cell count, and taking testosterone dramatically increases red blood cell count by all measures. So you tend to have stronger grip strength on T. On T, I had a very high red blood cell count, hypervisible vascularity, so my veins were really popping, also just because I'm thin, so it's more visible. And I would mangle my friend's shoulders anytime I tried giving them a massage. I would come at them with the claw. Now I have to ask my roommate for help if I want pickles. But they recently started estrogen too, so pretty soon we'll all be pickleless. Double entendre intended. Grand Chicken Lord says, I often feel like I need to spend time figuring out where my emotions are coming from. Having that be more intuitive sounds nice. Yeah, you know, I don't think that would work for everyone. I wouldn't say like, oh, get on estrogen or detransition if you over intellectualize your emotions. But for me, I was for a very long time in denial of having a body and all the um, things that come with that. That like we are not computers or machines that can just work all the time, and that we feel things and need things, and when you're hungry it affects you, when you're tired it affects you, and your hormones do affect you. I really didn't want to think that, and it felt very sexist when I was like trying to be a cis woman. It felt very sexist to hear, oh my god, period symptoms, mood swings, these things are horrible. And my shitty ass feminism at the time was to say, oh no, it doesn't. Your hormones don't affect your mood. To deny it, because I thought feminism meant women had to be as rational as men. And now my feminism says that these are completely made up evaluations that are themselves deeply sexist, and that everybody is affected by the hormones in their body. I was very hormonally affected on T. That's where all the irritability and stress came from. And like, none of us are rational agents. We're animals, and aspiring to like perfect bloodless rationality should not be the goal. Like, moving at the speed of people's bodies should be the goal. The idea of like masculine rationality is a made up like white supremacist idea, and it's very ableist and all that stuff. So like, yeah, it's okay to say that like my hormones affect my mood, like whether I've eaten affects my mood, how I feel affects how I think. Like, that's just the reality of human beings. And now that I'm not dysphoric in my body, like the least dysphoric I've ever been in my life, it's way easier for me to sit with the biology that is in concert with the culture and the social and my own expectations. You know, like, it's not as scary to me to say, oh, my body does affect how I feel, because I don't hate my body. Does that make sense? Meow Meow Island says, the past couple of years for me with estrogen and the discovery of my plurality and a bunch of other stuff, I've been so much about giving myself permission to just have whatever emotions I have. Yeah, all of this for me is an unmasking thing. It's all about being weaker, about not because women are weak. Also, I'm still not a woman, so like, that's not what I'm saying. It's about just not trying to be a certain thing that I expected myself to be. And for me, that was this white male standard that was not good. And it's worthwhile to belabor that it is specifically like a white one. My skin is softer. One of the least favorite effects of testosterone for me was the way it dulled and thickened the skin. On it, I looked much older, especially given that it also caused me to lose facial fat. Now back on estrogen, my collagen has seriously started to bounce back, and there's a smooth luminousness to my face that I recognize more instinctively as me. My entire body is softer, which friends and partners have noticed, and I'm a bit more sensitive to or aware of touch. Most of my acne has gone away. These changes have taken a couple of months and will probably continue to develop as time goes on. I was really inspired by the Blood Boy guy. What's his name? Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson went on estrogen, to look snatched, and I was like, I need to do that too. But, estrogen makes you look more snatched if you care about that kind of thing, and for a certain definition of snatched. I like it. Personal preference. As well as fucked up societal beauty standards. What are you going to do? We live in a society. My body feels looser. I've been aware of the link between testosterone and muscle or tendon tension for a while. In the winter, when my FPL tendon in my left hand spontaneously tore itself, I dug into the research and found that steroid-assisted muscle growth can put a strain on the surrounding tissues in the body and cause greater tension. So if one muscle group gets a lot bigger and the tendons haven't also grown, they might have to compensate for that, and you might be at more of a risk of injury. And that's whether you're a cis guy on juice, on gear, trying to gain muscle, or trans guys potentially too. There is research linking testosterone replacement therapy to tendon injury in cis men. And there's also research showing that hypermobile people like me are at risk for involuntary muscle tightness because our bodies are fighting to hold themselves together. The body's too loose, so the muscles compensate for the looseness of the of the tendons and the joints. Combine all that with increased anxiety that I felt on T, so I was just more tense because I was stressed, and I had a recipe for discomfort. Being on estrogen has lessened my pain and tightness considerably. I do not wake up hurting. Just as my vaginal atrophy has improved, so has my ability to relax the muscles in all of my body. I move more fluidly and flappily, like my younger autistic self. So I just feel a little bit more like loose and comfortable rather than tensed up. And some of that is also like masculine posturing, as I go on to say right here. Of course, not all of this is biological. I'm also more physically relaxed because I'm happier and because I feel freer to be an effusive, girly thing rather than a man. Social expectations are looser for me, and the story I'm telling about who I am and what I'm allowed to do has changed. To wit, I'm being sillier and more visibly autistic. If you're a neurodivergent person on social media, perhaps you've seen this wildly popular clip of neurodivergent girls hanging out in public. In the video, the two girls with sardonic, whispery voices climb all over trees and rocks and roll around in dirt while ripping leaves apart and verbalizing charming non sequiturs and therapy tips at each other. I'll click on it. We'll watch it together right now.
How was your show the other night?
It was good. What did you end up doing though?
I was like pretty tired, so I ended up just like staying in.
Are you still on those same meds?
I feel like taking them.
Yeah, I gave up on that a while ago.
Well, you're like still seeing a therapist or something, right?
What were we talking about? So how are you?
Like I've been really good lately. I think you look really good with a mullet.
I was kind of just thinking about journaling instead.
Should we go to Olive Garden?
I'm honestly really craving a breadstick right now.
Do you want to go?
Look at this.
So like, how was your show the other night?
It was good. What did you end up doing though?
I was like pretty
I love
tired.
this. I love this video. I've watched it about 1,000,000 times. There's so many great little details. I love the girl with the long hair just like slipping and falling all the time. I love the little like U shape she makes with her body right here, pulling back. I love how what they're saying never coheres into like a full conversation. I love the like I love her little hand going out here when she's hanging from the tree. The look at this is so fucking sincere and real. Like this made me yearn for a place that I hadn't allowed myself to be for years. My friends and I behaved exactly like this when we were growing up, and I've missed it. Being a swaying, fidgety, 1,000-yard staring girly who eloped through public space like she owned it and breathed nonsense incantations into the air was probably the closest to being unmasked that I've ever been. And this is where talking about social latitude can be a little complicated, because you can be a woman or socially classed as a woman and have less privilege, but because you're viewed as less dangerous, if you're a white woman, I should say, then you have a lot of latitude to be weird. In a way that like a white man, because of the power that white men have, is seen as more threatening. And in, let's say, a black person, being more visibly weird in public is punished because you're not supposed to be confident and at ease in yourself. As a black person, you're supposed to be subjugated. And we can consider the many other intersections and how that plays out. Disabled people, visibly disabled people, different experiences of racialization, etc. But there is an element to which sometimes, for some people in some contexts, being seen as feminine means you're seen as less threatening, and then you're less subject to violence or punishment. And this is something that black trans men have talked about as well in a different way. As a man, I felt this kind of behavior was completely inaccessible. I was plagued with fears of seeming socially inappropriate or really drawing any attention toward myself at all. I was constantly assessing how people saw me and what degree of social latitude came with that position. Did I look like a straight man? A gay one? Was it permissible for a guy like me to be standing there alone, to stare, to giggle, to hand flap, to hug his arms? Fellas, is it gay to eat yogurt? I am finally unburdened of this neurosis. At a friend's house the other day, I roamed from room to room on the balls of my feet, touching all of the posters and collectibles, swaying and humming. Walking down the street, I sing along to my music at full volume and feel more okay being seen. Speaking to strangers is easier as a weird, swaying, girly thing than as an uncomfortable, repressed man. For me, even if it does come with social costs of its own. Kate McDonald says, what would you say to trans people who are upset about what you wrote and see it as advocating they detrans? Personally, do not believe this, by the way. I'm obviously not doing that. Like, is a person talking about what they like experiencing when they transition forcing people to trans? No. How many times in this piece do I talk about positive effects of transition? How many times do I use personal pronouns? If you think talking about enjoying aspects of detransition is pushing people to detransition, that logic doesn't really hold up, because I think we have to, if you believe in body autonomy, you have to believe in the freedom of people to feel how they feel about their experiences. And some people are going to want to have certain effects, and knowing what's out there and knowing what options are is not hurting anyone. It helps the project of body liberation for people to be able to inform themselves of whatever they want to do. Like, I think it's just a ridiculous claim. Like, it's just not true. Like, point to where I'm telling people to detransition. Point to where I said anything like, but that I'm really thankful that I did transition. So I really don't have anything to say to it because it's so obviously not true. But like, you know, I don't engage with that stuff because it's obviously bad faith. It's obviously based on not being, either choosing not to or being at this time unable to actually read what I wrote. Like, I'm not going to respond to like somebody's idea of what I wrote. You know what I mean? But like, just speaking here, like, it's not there, you know, like, and I think it, and I talk about this stuff because I believe it serves the greater project of trans liberation to talk about what works for us, what we're feeling, what options there are for people, and different courses that a transition can take. I think if I had read this, personally, I would have been less afraid to transition, because I would have known, okay, if I don't like certain things about it, I can walk it back. That's all the more reason to try transition, if you know that you can walk a lot of things back. I think it's important to talk about. Some people really think that detransition should not be spoken of, and I don't agree with them. I just don't. You know, that's just not my experience of it at all. So, there you go. Next effect, sexism is back in my life. Damn, girls, you live like this? The trans misandry bros who claim that no trans guys attain male privilege are lying. I was centered, uplifted, listened to, and respected when I was on T. Even before I started passing as a cisgender guy, the fact that I aspired toward manhood and was associating myself with manhood elevated people's impression of me. And I was able to insert myself into basically any gendered community or conversation. Because I was both a man and a white man, and because I could also still be seen by some people as in a certain way because I was trans misogyny exempt, I was allowed to fucking say whatever I wanted about anything, even when it was really not my lane. That's privilege, you know? Sorry, I'm eating on the mic. As a man, I was barely ever sexually harassed, and people gave me a wide berth. Here's an article that I wrote about this subject called Trans Misandry is Not Real. Trans men suffer under systemic transphobia and sexism, but no one is oppressed for being a man. And I stand by that. Now that I look significantly more feminine, people are showing me significantly less respect and more entitlement. All of a sudden, dates have started remarking at how smart I am and saying things like, good job, or wow, you're actually really intelligent, when they learn about my accomplishments. Guys have started pulling shocked faces when they find out about my PhD, or asking me to reassure them that I'm not too intelligent for them. None of this ever happened while I was a man. That I was impressive was accepted as a matter of course. But apparently it's 2025 and cats are girls and dogs are boys, and people still do not expect anything vaguely woman-shaped to be a doctor. And it's really vaguely like woman-shaped at this point, but whatever, you know, the heteroflexible people on field or They will say the worst shit, but so will some of the bisexual men on Field, and the gay men on Field and Grinder, etc. in the world. It is unreal how quickly the shift happened. I put on a dress and a man immediately propositions me for sex in the thrift store. Strangers start calling me baby and honey and giving me their names and phone numbers. At entryways, men glitch out trying to hold the door for me. Online, people are conspicuously less charitable to my more controversial takes, and I'm not praised for holding the most basic of feminist stances. This one has been very revealing to me, and this is part of why I am not too pressed by the criticism, that I can see how quickly the tide changed. Like that people see you differently when you're not a man, including trans people, including people who are feminist. They still have that shit in their brain, just like a lot of trans people are fucking trans misogynistic. Like they're not, like, we internalize this shit and we put it on others. So for instance, after years of having been really vocally pro detransition people and having used the word detransition to absolutely zero fanfare, the second I became a non-man using the term, I got mobbed on Tumblr with false accusations of having become an alt-right grifter. And this is by my fellow trans feminists, people who I'm certain think they are doing a good, righteous thing, but are misrepresenting everything that they're saying and not actually engaging with anything that I've said, because it's not that, you know. No hope for women, no hope for women, as Fiona Apple was reported to have said at an award show in the 90s. None at all if this much flagrant sexism can get directed at an NB like me. It's like I'm listening to a greatest hits compilation of misogyny, and I find it fascinating. Enduring sexism no longer feels personal to me or dysphoric the way it did when I was younger, because I have successfully transitioned out of it at least once and know that I could again. I built a life for myself that is completely divested from either patriarchy or cisgender people, so I kind of appreciate that the prejudices of strangers are now so openly revealed. I'm like around cis people almost never in my life. Most people do not have that luxury, but because I have that insulation and that amount of community support, like it's like these random encounters or like dates or meeting somebody new at a party or like things like that are when I encounter sexism. And so I have a remove from it, as well as the psychological remove of like, oh, I know that I could make this stop, which most people do not have the luxury of. I'm sorry, I closed the window. 4 months after stopping testosterone. Alrighty. Oop. Sorry about that. I laugh at the guys who think I can be their impressive girl trophy baby. I'm a far more powerful being, and I know it. Oh my god, this moment from Interview with the Vampire. Louis smacking down this racist white New Orleans business magnate who for Louis' entire adult life has been telling him, oh, you're so smart, in a condescending way, undercutting his business, using all these legal avenues to diminish his business and take money from him and condescend to him, and just classic racist aggressions of telling him that he's arrogant. And there's this moment where Louis finally reveals himself as a vampire to this guy and says, you said that I'm arrogant? Maybe I am arrogant. I'm a vampire. And it's such a good performance. It is such a specifically here black queer triumph. Oh my god, you gotta watch this show. You gotta watch this show. This show has so much amazing things to say about race. It's stunning the decisions that they've made about it, given that Anne Rice's original books were so racist. It's so good. It has a lot to say about gender. Louis himself is a fascinating case study in being feminized as a queer black man and put into like kind of a quasi motherly role, and his labor being taken advantage of, but also being hypersexualized as a black man and seen as more masculine than he actually is. Like, there's so much Oh, and when he just owns his power, it is so moving, because a lot of times everybody in the show is trying to push him to be passive, and he has to filter and control himself so much. And so seeing him let loose is just, it's so good. It is a queer triumph. It is a black triumph, which is obviously not my story, but holy shit, it is. Watching it still just makes me feel prouder to be who I am, and prouder of us. And I don't know. It's so well done. So that's why that's here. When Louis delivers that line in Interview with the Vampire, it is a triumph of immortal black queerness over a lifetime of repressive white supremacy. It is about a cathartic releasing of your power in that scene. And it never fails to make me proud of all the ways that I can be said to be monstrous, and of how different my monstrosity makes me from the people who slight me. And so, again, though it is a very different path to walk, under sexism, having intelligence or power is still seen as threatening in faggoty and feminized people. And so, maybe people should be intimidated. Maybe I am too smart to handle. Maybe people should be afraid of me. God, watch this show. Watch this show. I'm going to do, I think, weekly recaps of the new season when it starts next year. Oh, it's so good. Birdie Bit says, oops, not me, infinitely recurring. Oh, yes. Related to everything we've just discussed, people are asking about my ethnicity a ton. This is fucking crazy. This is what, and Sasha, Edge Peasant, who was here earlier, really had a conversation with me that was, I hope you watch this back, Sasha, so I can just say it was really helpful to me. It helped me understand my experiences. You were really validating of my experiences and ability to talk about them, while still being very aware of how, I am not the person who should be trusted as an authority on the lived experience of racism, right? But I think it does tell us something about how deeply entrenched white supremacy and assimilation is, that those forces, they work even on people on the spectrum of whiteness, that these things are a spectrum of assimilation to a repressive norm. And white supremacy will try to erase everything about you that is not white supremacist, even if you're a white person. And it's very gendered and sexist too. So this has been a very fascinating experience that I think has taught me a lot more about the world in a good way, and hopefully will make me better at understanding these dynamics for people who are targeted by white supremacy. This one has been an absolutely wild change. My family background is mixed, and my skin is very olive and tans fast. Specifically, I don't normally go into it a ton, but my family is Melungeon, which is a group of people in Appalachia who are mixed race, and that was a pejorative, racialized term that was used for them. And they were people who existed in an intersection of white settlers, indigenous people, and freed black people living in that region, and were not able to be on tribal registries because they were part black. They were not kind of able to move through a lot of different social roles. Obviously, they didn't have white privilege because many of them were dark-skinned, and but also some of them could pass as white or were white. And so I have family members who do not pass as white, and then family members who made the choice to assimilate and move up to Ohio, where there was a lot less awareness and recognition of Melungeon people. And so race being a little bit contextual in that way, they were more able to assimilate someplace where they were erasing their family history, and in some cases erasing their race from census rolls. Like, I have relatives who, looking at their census rolls, their race changed from census to census as part of this. So that's part of why I care about this stuff. We should care about it in general, but that's part of my history that I grew up always being told about by my grandmother, and try to have an awareness and understanding of. Even though I'm white, all of my family that is still around me and alive today are white. I don't want to, overstate things or act like I've had a struggle that I haven't had, but my family made the choice to assimilate, and it's something that I've learned about because of it. When I was a child, white adults used to make comments about it and ask me what my background was in a way I found leering and uncomfortable. As a grown man, that mostly subsided, aside from like these rare weird remarks people would make when my skin tone changed in the summer. Mostly don't think about it, other than being bothered by that. As a more feminine looking being, I'm suddenly getting lots of comments and questions about my ethnic background. A middle-aged woman, I bought her groceries in the grocery store, and then she was like cornering me to ask me what I was. A guy I went on 2 dates with rubbed his hand up and down my arm and asked me why I was the color I was and where my people came from. And I tried to give a little bit of an answer similar to what I just said. And he started raving about how, from a Buddhist perspective, chattel slavery really isn't all that bad, that humans have done lots of horrible things to each other. That was a date ender. Wow. Again, mask off anti-blackness kind of stuff that normally us white people don't. We hear it among other white people, but we don't get the viciousness because we're seen as, within white supremacy, so we're accepted. An older man that I hooked up with called me his little brown bat. I'm still trying to figure that one out. Very weird. Multiple people have said that I need to stay away from ICE agents looking how I look, which also wild to me. I spoke about this phenomenon with a few non-binary people of color, and one of them, Sasha, immediately clocked that what's going on here is I'm being fetishized and objectified more now that I'm viewed as more of a woman. Sasha shared that when they present more femininely, people are more likely to ask them about their race and ethnic background, too. Another person told me that when they transitioned to female, they started getting far more comments on the darkness of their skin, but when viewed as a man, they were followed around stores and seen as a threat more. So again, that duality of especially black masculinity is a threat to white supremacy. Black men are supposed to not have power, or their power should only exist to serve white ends, right? Either as like a sexual object or an object of like forced labor. And so when black men have power or seem strong or masculine, that's very penalized. Whereas the misogynoir that gets directed towards black women it's not better. It's just different. Male Valence says, this happens to me too. I think if I had a more feminine presentation, it wouldn't happen. But because of my former job, manual labor, and not shaving my mustache, my ethnicity got questioned a lot. And I'm white. Yeah. People, like, white supremacy is such a sickness that, like, even if you have, because, white is made up, right? There's this amazing book, to give you more recommendations, Nell Irvin Painter's The History of White People, that's all about the social construction of whiteness. Amazing book. Learned a lot from it. Really enriching. And there she is talking about it. And there are spectrums of whiteness, or spectrums of degrees to which you are assimilating into the white standard. And that is a certain kind of European colonizer person. And the more you deviate from that, the more you are penalized. And we see that in anti-Semitic tropes, how people just talk about different beauty standards, all kinds of different things, right? And so you can be very much white in terms of your positionality, your privileges, and everything, and still get these little glimpses of like, well, you're not doing white correctly according to white supremacy. And there's another book about hillbillies as a violation of whiteness. What is it? Hillbilly book, Making of a Legend, something like that. I always forget the name. No, that's not it. Definitely not Hillbilly Elegy. I'll have to pull it up later. But if you're violating white supremacist norms, you're seen as kind of a bad white person. You still have a ton of privileges, but by penalizing failures at whiteness, just like failures of masculinity, white supremacy helps uphold itself more. And so if you're like a little too dark-skinned, if you have certain facial features, if you are not participating in white supremacist cultural norms, there are these little corrections there designed to make you more white. These comments moved me to consider once again how much racial perceptions are gendered. Under a white supremacist culture, femininity is associated with light-colored skin and Eurocentric features meant to be defended with violence. The princess is in the tower, right? Any perceived woman who deviates from that standard is viewed as violating the rules of womanhood, as well as failing to measure up to white beauty standards and whiteness. It's often struck me that when most drag king performers masculinize their faces, they use makeup to make it darker, whereas drag queens tend to lighten and brighten their skin. And this isn't to call anyone out, it's just these are the tropes, the visual signifiers that are just like really deeply put into our culture. Skin is typically lightened by feminizing beauty filters and darkened by masculinizing or novelty or horror filters. Alone, any single one example of this stuff isn't necessarily sinister, but it comes from a very sinister history. You know? These visual signifiers reflect and feed into our cultural perceptions about what it means to be masculine or feminine. White gender norms, I should have said here. This is something that I wish I had written. White gender norms are anti-blackness, transmisogyny, and colonialism all the way down. Other cultures have other gender norms and histories of gender that are different. Most of us, because of colonization and white supremacy, are stuck living under the norms of white gender being pushed onto us and expected of us, including people who aren't white, right? Like you're judged for not meeting white beauty standards. But I should have been clear about that right there, that it's white gender norms that are these things. And so it makes sense that as I move through gendered categories, how people evaluate my features changes. The range of acceptable feminine whiteness is narrower than masculine whiteness is in terms of presentation and appearance. And as I become more feminine, strangers think they have more of a right to weigh in on how I look. And so you just get more comments, kind of microaggressions in other ways that are just like, you look like this celebrity, you look like this person, comments on your appearance, etc. It's just more common in general as well. Excuse me. Birdie Bit says, check please, holy shit. Synecdoche said Little Band Back is crazy. Wow. Yeah, it was weird as fuck. Very weird. But I've had little glimpses of these weird ass experiences all my life that, this is like what white people have in them. Like this is what we were fucking doing to people all the time, and way more aggressively to black people. So, but I feel like it's like the sexism thing. It feels better for me to know a little bit more about the world and who I'm dealing with than to not. I'd rather live in that reality and know a little bit more about who's not worth dealing with than having been treated nicely by people like that. I have a changing relationship to my identity and name. All of my identity is so liberatingly unstable now. I strived for ages to be accepted as a gay man and be welcomed in predominantly cis gay spaces. Now I hear the news of local cruising bars getting bought out and beloved events being canceled and feel unmoved because I never really fit in there anyway. I insisted for so long I was interested in men, but the vast majority of people I actually connect with are non-binary like me, or trans or both, and I've started even having very pleasurable encounters with women. I talked about that a little bit with regard to the slut party. I forbid myself from choosing an identity that was at all confusing or unrespectable, or bringing shame upon trans people by openly making a mistake. Now I have been almost every letter in the entire LGBTQ acronym, other than lesbian. Detransitioned multiple times, used every pronoun, and laid bare that I fundamentally do not know who I am fully capable of lying to myself, and have never stuck by a decision for the long haul. I am that crazy, unstable, demanding thing that all the transphobes say we are. My damage written all over me. And what about it? I find detransition kink sexy. I enjoy being called a thing and a freak. I am intoxicated by my reflection and by altering myself. I make all of us look bad. Not respectable. Good. Let our enemies be disgusted and afraid. I've been thinking a lot lately about my name and finding the whole Dr. Devin Price brand to be constraining and itchy. I started branding myself as a doctor on the internet many years ago, before I had transitioned, and when having a fancy gender-neutral credential in front of my name was one of the only ways to get people to call me something other than Miss or Ma'am. Mix existed at that time, but nobody was using it, and I think people still are pretty awful at using mix, right? Like, sound off in the chat if you have any experience with that, but like most people not good about honoring mix. Dr. Devon Price, it started as Dr. Erica Price and then Dr. E. Price because it sounded gender neutral. And then Dr. Devon Price. It became my social media brand when I was having to market myself as a serious author and try to position myself gender-wise in the public eye. And I came to feel trapped behind its forced authoritativeness and its masculinity. Devon is obviously a gender-neutral name. There's another Dr. Devon Price, friend of the show, who's a woman. But the construction of this identity for me was masculine. But I always chose a gender neutral name for a reason, you know? Like, I always had that little non-binary flavor with it. I like being called Devon just fine, but I also like my old first name and current middle name, Erica, which I always knew I wanted to keep around. They are equal parts of me caught in an interplay, and I am the overlap where circumstances meet choice. I'm pleasantly mystified by myself these days. Nothing I have ever wanted has lasted. No identity's been firmly true. To be wrong so many times makes me happy. How lovely to admit that I never really had a grip on anything, including grip strength. The final bit of this piece is a roundup of effects of testosterone that have not changed. For people who are worried about losing access to hormones or just worried about being dysphoric from stopping T. Many effects of testosterone HRT are lifelong or long-lasting, and thank God for that. I would not be as content in my funny little demansition, say that like Anthony Fantano, demansition, if I wasn't holding on to some of my most coveted changes. I will forever be materially and visibly trans, with my surgically flattened chest and my jaw covered in stubble. I am not at all the cis woman I was once forced to be. I'm something far better. So far, here are some things that have not shifted. I still have lots of body hair. It grows a bit more slowly, but it's still the same dark thicket of fur on my legs, underarms, and belly, with a little bit of fuzz, some stray scragglers on my back and ass. I used to grow out my belly hair. It's very thick and outery, and I've been shaving it for years for various reasons. Twinkie gay male standards, liking the texture, liking how it's a little bit more feminine, a little bit more youthful. Lots of people love bush, but I've just always liked the texture. So it is what it is. But I still can grow a fuck ton of body hair. And my armpits are like still hugely hairy. I still have a beard and it still grows quickly. I am one of those rare freaks that enjoys shaving my face. Maybe I wouldn't feel this way if it was a little bit more dense, but I do have like basically a neck beard and some scragglies and a mustache. It's visible in person, for sure. But I find the act of clearing away the scruff to reveal a smooth, fresh layer of skin underneath to be very euphoric and stimmy. That combo is nice, like having a beard but then always shaving it. I just think that's cool, for me. The hair on my head is still darker and wavier than it was before, as you can see. I was more of a dishwater blonde before transition, or like light brown, dark blonde, and my hair was really straight, ramrod straight. Now my hair is chestnut or dark, whatever you want to call it, with little curls at the ears and the nape of my neck. Should be the word nape, not name. And I really like it. So that's great. Lots of people, we talked about this on the last stream. All kinds of hair texture and color changes happen to people on T. Some people, their coil pattern gets denser. Other people, it gets looser. Color changes. It makes sense, people's hair texture changes sometimes when they're pregnant or on any other kind of hormonal experience. It's complex. I still have my low baritone voice. The vocal cords, once thickened by T, do not ever thin down again. However, you can hit higher notes by just using different vocal cords. So you have your center vocal cords, and then you have your side ones. And if your voice has dropped on testosterone, to reach your old pitch, you can no longer, that you could normally hit back then with your middle vocal cords that are thicker and lower, you'll have to use your side vocal cords instead. So you can actually still hit a lot of your higher register if you want to or like that. It's just using your instrument differently. And then you can also go way lower. So, slay. I still have no allergies. I love this fact. This is a huge relief to me as a pet guardian and person living in a pretty humid area with a high pollen count. This doesn't happen to everyone who takes testosterone, but for me, the steroid, being a steroid, completely obliterated all pet and seasonal allergies, and they have stayed gone. And I have multi-track drifted and like taken tea breaks before, and this has seemed to hold. So I think for me, knock on wood, taking tea just got rid of my allergies. Somebody asked in the chat earlier about mast cell or MCAS symptoms and testosterone or hormones in general. So if you have any lived experience of that, I would love to hear on the Piscord or in the chat. I still have a masculine muscle definition. As I mentioned above, muscles don't get smaller on E unless you really cease using them. I still do upper body workouts pretty much just for maintenance, once or twice a week. That's about the most I can do without hypermobility injuries. And my bicep, chest, and delts still look pretty damn developed. Bottom growth is here to stay, baby. My clit, dick, thumb drive, whatever, was enlarged by testosterone, and there is no reverting that, which is fantastic because that makes it a lot easier for people to find and stimulate. And personally for me, the kinds of stimulation I liked with like a small dick is the same types of stimulation I like with a big dick. I've always kind of liked it being like jerked off like a dick, like pressure and like pretty consistent hard stimulation in that area. Some people it changes what they like based on what hormones they're on, but for me it hasn't. My face still has some masculine qualities. So facial fat and facial fluid distribution changes quite a bit on hormones, and it can be like a very subtle but significant effect. And it's part of like what people really love about being on hormones is how much it can change your face subtly while still being you. But I was starting to not recognize myself in the mirror. The masculine distribution was not for me. On T, my jaw became more muscular and prominent, which I did like and do like. And my eyebrows, which were already pretty thick, got a little thicker. Love that. What I didn't like was the facial fluid making my head look more kind of rounder and bigger at the top. And just my face looking more masculine in general. And then also less facial fat. Personal preference. Right now I'm serving Mopey Gregoraki Alt Boy with Cara Delvigny eyebrows. Though hopefully I'm not like a weird white sexual predator like her. But I'm perfectly pleased with that combination. Kind of androgynous girly, androgynous boy, mopey alt, 90s drowned rat, androgynous. Pretty close to my thing and an aesthetic that I've always liked. And I can still pass as a man if I want to. Pretty easily. Depending on how I style myself, I can make people read me as a man, and plenty of people still do throughout daily life. I just don't really like want to put energy into controlling that outcome very much these days. Like if it happens, it's fine. It's great. But if you are worried that even a brief gap in hormone access could take all social recognition of your manhood from you, just keep in mind that this has been a very deliberate event for me. I've been wearing dresses and more feminine like blouses and shit more, and flowing pants, growing out my hair, wearing headscarves and bandanas and jewelry, and sometimes make like lipstick and stuff. But if you have to stop tea, or you choose to stop tea for a while but you still want to be read as a man, a lot of presentation decisions you make can kind of potentially control that. So it's not all or nothing. A lot of times, as Closet Demon, I think, said in the chat, people will gender you. People will always gender you, but you can play with the signifiers pretty easily. Doesn't mean you can control the outcome consistently or easily, but there's all kinds of fun things, because like sometimes there's like a weird, being a little bit feminine makes people interpret me as a gay man, so they're more likely to he me, but it's only for certain things. I don't know. At this point, again, I find it interesting, but it can be scary. If you enjoyed this piece, I have some other related pieces on my Substack. The Beautiful Failure of Being a Man, I think, is kind of really essential pre-reading for this. And maybe if people had kept this piece in mind while reading this piece, they would have been a little bit less flipped out by certain things that I said. Bilateral Dysphoria is a piece that I wrote about having dysphoria on both sides, feeling dysphoric at being too womanly and feeling dysphoric at being too manly, and how difficult it is to find a way to cope with that dysphoria because our options are limited. And then, of course, the most recent piece on this subject before this one, some effects of testosterone give me dysphoria. That doesn't mean I regret it. Which I think if this is an uncomfortable subject for you, or certain things that I wrote about here kind of wig you out, I think this piece also is like a little gentler and more obviously personal. People were just not as bothered by this one. So that is the piece, and now it is dark here in Chicago. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for listening to this very long reading and stream. Synecdoche/Mammal Island said, yeah, I rarely hear mix in my daily life. I've met a lot of younger trans people who think it's kind of cringe and millennial even. That's too bad. We've really turned on non-binary people so much, and I think it's out of a desire for respectability. Like, we treat non-binary terms and concepts as cringe and unnecessary. And I get how some of it can be uncomfortable for people, like nibbling. Like, some of the non-binary terms, I do find them, I don't know, they're too earnest, and my jaded old millennial heart has baggage around that. But what the fuck is wrong with being earnest? You know? Like, we're gonna have to, if we're gonna create a new world, we're gonna have to be a little cringe. And not like cool and disaffected all the time. Steven says, thank you for sharing this piece and reading it out. It's been very sweet to hear your experiences and quite educational. I really appreciate your videos and streams when I catch them. Thanks for being here. I've really enjoyed doing streams. Like, talking to y'all is really, really fun. People add a lot of context to things and their own experiences. It's a different way to engage with the work and talk about, here's why I did what I did. Here's what I would do differently if I was writing it again. It's really nice. I love it. Synecdoche says, I love how my face looks on E. It can give women for alters who do still like that, but can also give cute young boy for alters like Adam, the aforementioned Shoda. Yeah, I think, yeah, there is like a little bit more mutability if you like a boyish look, which I do. Waluigi and Bowser Jr. said, yeah, I'm playing Sonic Crosswords while listening to this. Hell yeah. Crossworlds. Sonic Crosswords. That's dope. Thanks for being here. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thanks for reading and watching. If you're watching the YouTube video after the fact, thank you so much. I love the comments that I get from people watching this stuff on YouTube. Leave me some feedback. Tell me what you like, what you'd like to see me write about next. You can subscribe to me on drdevonprice.substack.com to get my stuff delivered to your inbox for free as soon as it comes out. My next piece is on texting, relationships and texting. It's all about establishing a messaging cadence with people based on what is good for you versus what they want and versus what's societally expected. Like, having different messaging styles and different messaging cadences and negotiating that in relationships, which I've tuned my classic autistic hyperanalysis onto and written, 5,000 words about all the different ways styles of messaging and texting and what to do when someone you love expects more of a response than you can give, or you are really anxious and you want more of a response than you're getting. So it's fun. It's just like a little relationship advice column that'll come up on the 1st. And then I have a piece coming up on how autistic characters are written, looking at Who's Lila, Intermezzo by Sally Rooney, and Justine Champine's book Needle Lake as case studies of autistic representation in writing and video games. So I'm really excited for that one too. And then somewhere in there, probably there'll be like a Fur Fest piece roundup, hopefully, if I get enough pictures and write-ups of panels I go to. So that's it. That's the stream. I'm tired. I need to hydrate. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here and for hanging out and for treating me like a person rather than like a symbol of a ideological battle and shit. And for having such awesome conversations in the Discord and in your work. Synecdoche says, so excited to see the piece on texting. I was actually a person that asked about ghosting initially, and the advice you gave in your responses helped me so much. It's unbelievable. Yay! Okay, well, I've fleshed it out to probably an exhausting degree, the short response that I gave you. So thank you for asking about that. Very fun. Very fun to write about. So yeah, that goes up on the 1st. And oh yeah, glad you're looking forward to it too, DJ on Dion. All right, everybody, you have a good evening or whatever time it is in your time zone, and I'll catch you on the YouTube or the Piscord sometime soon.